Play. Is it just me or I can't hear you? I don't know. Maybe it's me, but I have sound on a stream and it's working. So
Can you hear me now?
yes.
I've been talking for about 7 minutes, and it might have been the best 7 minutes in talking tennis history, but no one will ever know.
The YouTube live stream to see if you are like just showing the scoreboard yet, or are you actually on the screen? And I saw that you were on the screen, and yeah, you were talking, and I couldn't
The
hear you.
wisdom, Damien, that I was sharing will never be known
Yes.
to the. And it was so smooth. I didn't even stutter or make a mistake. And now I know I'm live, and everyone can hear me. They'll be tripping over themselves. By the way, I saw that Medvedev lost the first set.
Yeah, don't even ask. Like, he was 5-4 up and serving and played the worst 3 games of his life. Like, literally.
Okay.
Atmane had to do nothing. It was like literally Medvedev missing like a lot of +1 shots, and yeah, I don't know. Just random drop off that I don't think really will be reflected in the overall. Well, it is reflected in the overall score of the match, of course, because he lost the set. But yeah, didn't seem like Atmane had to do much to get that, honestly.
Okay. I see Wawrinka's just got underway. Wawrinka went up a break, but they're back on serve already. So that's that. There was something else that I saw. Oh yeah, Sebi Korda in a bit of a dogfight.
This will not be. Yeah, like if he loses to Kopriva, like that will be a horrific loss on the hard courts for Sebi Korda, defending a quarterfinal as well.
Yes, that was really his highlight of the year in a way.
I mean, that's losing to Kopriva, that would be like one of the worst losses I've seen from him. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what was the thing? There was a couple of things that stood out for me. Vondrousova losing really pretty badly, and yeah, Buskova going out in straight sets. I guess was another notable result.
Yeah, there hasn't been anything really, honestly. Like Vondrousova depends on your expectations, but I had none, absolutely none. And Noskova, I think, was the favorite over Bushkova. You know, she's clearly the much more promising player, obviously.
Yastremska, 23. Okay, I wasn't quite sure about her age, but she's a qualifier, of course. I don't know. I watched that's the only match I've actually seen so far today, and I don't know. Vondrousova didn't seem interested. Might be harsh, but something didn't seem right. There were balls that were worth chasing down that she didn't really move freely for. Put it that way. I may be too simplistic, but I just thought I just saw that heat bearing down on her, and I don't know if she fancied it. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe there's an injury. Maybe there's something else. I don't know.
I barely saw a point from that one, but I guess I just never had any expectations for her regarding this event anyway. As we said, like on the women's side, there's a pretty clear top 4 plus also the 5th seed in Pegula, but the other 5 to 8 players are actually fairly like beatable. So
yeah. So if Pegula went out, for example, in the 4th round to Qin Wencheng, or if who else is in that sort of group? You know, if Sakkari just gets stunned in the 2nd round.
4th round is fine, you know. 4th round is round. I wasn't counting Pegula as one of these players, but by the 4th round you can go out, obviously. I'm just saying there's like Sakkari, Jabber, and Vondrousova, which are all fairly beatable, and perhaps even Sakkari the least of the 3 at the moment, which isn't that big a thing to say, I guess, after Vondrousova has just got eliminated. So it's only really between Jabber and Sakkari right now.
And Jaber's got a really bad 1st round, hasn't she? She's playing on Andreeva,
she's playing Andreeva potentially in the 2nd round.
Oh,
in the 1st round, she's playing Starodubtseva.
Okay. So I thought it was the 1st round.
Which, by the way, if you're Polish, or probably like maybe Ukrainian as well, I don't know. But if you're Polish, this is a hilarious name, because dupa means ass, literally, and stary is old, so it literally means old ass. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It's a bit of it's spelled a little differently, so I don't suppose it actually means it. But I remember someone telling me about this player because she didn't play professionally for like 4 years, and then she comes back after college, and of course she just is already a year later she's like in the top to maybe even to 150. And I remember someone telling me about this player, like hearing about her for the first time, and I was like, what? Can you tell me again what her name is? Stara Tupceva, really? And yeah, but that's only a joke if you're Polish, I guess.
Matthew's asking me about Novak and Dino, and I have to say I didn't, but I know someone that did, and I know, of course, a lot of excitement about Dino. I mean, I guess you share that. Did you share it before the match, or has it been enhanced, or what are your thoughts?
I was actually really harsh on the guy. I knew that. Like I kept saying it that I'm pretty harsh on him, but at the same time I just didn't really believe that his game is already like tour level caliber. I'm still not sure that he's gonna like be breaking the top 100 in a year or two. But just watching the match, seeing how he held up and how smart he played, and also just thinking maybe that if someone like Borna Choric can pull it off without major weapons, why not Dino Prismic? Of course, there's just so much time for him to work on this stuff, like get a bigger serve, literally, or like more efficient ways to kill points of the baseline. He really didn't lack much to trouble Novak to an extent where like he actually would have had a shot at winning the match. Yeah, I mean, it was very promising in regards to his long-term prospects. In regards to his short-term prospects, we'll see. I think he's still gonna have some weaker performances from time to time pretty soon. But yeah, when it comes to just like long term going forward into the future, I think that was a very excellent display of his abilities. Obviously, to also just like mentally come out and play like this against Novak, back yourself in the longer rallies, just keep sort of sticking to that game plan, because usually the way you're taught to play the sport is that when you're facing someone who is really much better than you, you are always told to just try to redline, try to hit them off the court. Prismic had none of that. Prismic just decides to play what he's comfortable with, and that's of course was clearly the best choice. Like by the time, of course, he started sort of dropping the physical intensity, maybe he needed to do something else, and for a while he did. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely the right call, and not necessarily the way I expected the match would play out, for sure.
Why were you? Is it the serve? I mean, I know he managed to break Novak 4 times, which is obviously pretty impressive. And I saw Owen tweet he might not get broken 4 times for the rest of the week, which makes sense. What was it that made you sort of a bit down on him though before the match and just in general?
The general lack of weaponry. Yeah, I mean, he's just pretty rough when he has to take the initiative himself, generate pace. Here, he was just playing off whatever Nola was giving him, and that he's amazing at. He's super consistent. He's a fantastic mover. The athleticism, the sort of sliding into the forehand and backhand corner. Yes, he's amazing at that. I just think when it becomes a bit of a push fest, like he's playing another player who maybe doesn't necessarily want to create or play, then it can get a little tricky. So I basically didn't fully believe that his game is already main tour quality. But yeah, now you can kind of see that certainly in a year or two, it's very likely for him to go high. I think he still needs a fair bit of development to like overcome that gap or like become a truly elite player. But yeah, I think the main thing was basically just seeing his weaponry sort of his weaponry not mattering in a match like this against Novak. Him playing for 4 hours at that intensity and just having no issues with that whatsoever. By the way, the Mark Polman's hat is like a big story as well, because I think it was his mom that died of skin cancer, and that's why he's wearing it. Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that, but that's
Definitely someone from his family, and then yeah, that's why he always wears the hat, which is
okay. I
supposed to
wasn't aware.
cover up the neck, of course.
Yeah, from the sun. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Hey, Andre, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. You guys, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Well?
yeah,
Yeah.
hear you good. Yeah. Let's get into this question, and I'm not sure if I think Damien's more familiar with it maybe than you are, Andre, although you might be too. And I thought it was just such a really good question that Nick posed. a couple of days ago in an episode of WTA Weekly. And it was simply this. And so I'll repeat it for both the audience, but also both of you here now as well, which is if one of these three is going to win a slam, and it's not Nick saying it's going to happen, but you've got to choose one of the three. Which one would it be? Sofia Kenin, Bianca Andreescu, and Emma Raducanu. And I like the question because there's kind of narratives around all three, and they kind of all make sense. They've all won one slam. They've all been branded at some point or another a one slam wonder. They all made the breakthrough at a fairly young age, and kind of all surprising, albeit in different fashions and at different slams too. So I love the sense that made from the question. And so which one of the three would you choose? Let's go with Damien first.
Yeah, I mean, you said you know my answer. I think I'm also probably I probably know who Andre is gonna say, but no. What I'm basically gonna go for here is that, well, while I think maybe Andreescu would have had the highest potential if like they were all healthy for the whole of their careers and etc. I would say that I kind of don't believe it at this point. Like, I don't know if I ever really see her playing a full season and something like that, because literally, like, even when at her peak, she wasn't able to do that. It was just stop and start, come and go all the time. Raducanu, I still believe that she might. Like, I guess that's the main difference for me on purely in terms of like talent and how their games match up maybe against the current pros and whether they are still Grand Slam winning quality. I think they are pretty similar to each other for me. So that's why I would stick with Emma. Kenin, I think I've said in the past that I consider her to be like a pretty overrated player as a whole. Like the peak of 2020 was a little much for me. So I'm not too surprised to see her, I don't want to say stagnate because she has been working her way back, but like not necessarily get back to that Grand Slam winning level, really.
What do you think, Andre?
I think all of those three, we've seen the least of Emma Raducanu's, and she's also the youngest. So I think in terms of what's in store for her, hers is the biggest unknown. So I think that's, if you were to make a bet, I think that she would probably be the one that I would probably choose, just because I don't really know. So she's definitely been there, won a Grand Slam first, and played a few good matches here and there, but played very little. So while we know from Kenin and Andreescu, as Damien said, I think Kenin would be just seeing like how she comes back from like whatever happened to her. But yeah, she never really had like major weapons. People said that in comments before, even though she's reached a Grand Slam final and won another. So it does look like she would be able to get to a higher level again. But I don't know. I think Andreescu's problem sometimes tends to be her mentality more so than her body, even though she did have the injuries and whatnot. But I don't know. It just feels like Andreescu needs to grow into something that I don't really know what it is yet, for her to want to do well again and want to dig out matches and want to, play at the best of her level. And I think the injuries are not helping. I think being constantly injured is just a complete disappointment for her. So she doesn't really feel like wanting to give her best in all situations. Like if for her to be like, oh, if I give my best now, like next week I'm gonna. What's the point? I'm gonna get injured. So I feel like for her that's a bit of a huge issue. So yeah, I feel like in terms of just not knowing what could happen in a career, I think Emma Raducanu is probably the one that I know the least. So I feel like she could potentially have the most time to pick it up again and go back to it and win another one.
From her social media posts, like Andreescu actually seems like a very reasonable. It seems like she has a very reasonable mindset to all this. But of course, social media posts don't necessarily reflect what we actually think and feel. So,
yeah.
I liked what you said there at the beginning, Andre, because it's one of the reasons that I've gone for I would go for Raducanu as well, is that it's the one that we kind of know the least about in a way of the three. Certainly Kenin, despite some of her absences from the tour and certainly from the upper echelons of tennis, I think we know what Kenin's about, and I think we know what Kenin is capable of, and I mean this in the best possible way. She has the best CV of the three because she's been in 2 Slam finals in a way. Although, you know, Andreescu also won a 1,000 as well. But she was opportunistic. That's what I mean in the best possible way. She took that Australian Open, or it was gifted to her, depending on how you want to frame that win over Muguruza in 2020. But she won it, fair enough. She backs it up later on that year with a French Open final, which I'm not quite sure how that happened in a way. So for me,
it's the same year. Is this
exactly? Yeah. Did I not say the same year?
I said.
I think.
Never mind.
Anyway, but I was aware it was the same year. Yeah, I missed the COVID year, so there was only 3 slams that year, and of course that was the one in the winter when Swiatek beat her in the final. But yeah, for me, it's kind of was a surprise when Miles plumped for Kenin. Then there's Andreescu, and yeah, I just get more of a sense with Andreescu that we may have seen the peak. And by the way, you can, you know, cut this up and slam it back in my face in weeks, months, or years to come if she ends up going to be a double or even multiple Grand Slam winner, and that's fair enough. But I just feel as though there's a good chance that is it. That what we had in 2019 and that you know, incredible final win over Serena there is it. With Raducanu, I still feel as though whether it does come or not, I don't know, but I feel as though there is more to come. Whether it comes or not, I don't know. But also, she's the one of the 3 right now that's actually sort of in fashion and playing and stuff. That probably helps frame my answer too. Damien is giving a round of applause. I don't know if that's a shot he's seen or one of my answers or points.
Yes, that's to Zizou Bergs. That's for the return winner, 5th point.
Okay, I apologize. I need to get Zizou Bergs on my screen now. But I think we've wrapped on that.
No, I'll just say one thing that I think there's just one incorrect answer to this question. And what I'm trying to say is that Raducanu and Andreescu are like major what ifs. And, you know, the story of like what could have been if they, at this point, at least of their careers, what could have been if they were healthy. Whereas for Kenin, I don't think anyone's really wondering that, right? I mean, she's had her absences as well, as you said, but it's nothing like, you know, career changing, it seems, or like career defining. So, I think it's a pretty surprising choice, I think, when people put Kenin in here.
Yeah. I agree, and I think that's a great way of wrapping that up because I think you're right. The what if point is probably, I think, what we're all getting at with 2 of the 3, whereas I think we sort of know where we're at with Sofia Kenin. Okay, great. By the way, Andre, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, and you're allowed to watch any match you want, despite the headline or title for this video, Andre. But you're also welcome to sail off into the Canadian sunset, although given that it's probably about 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. and you are in Toronto. You're in Toronto, right?
Montreal.
I always get those 2 confused. Yeah, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, or otherwise, and also whichever match you want. But I'm now going to turn on Zizou Bergs, Stefanos Tsitsipas. I don't even know what the score is actually.
Just the first game went Tsitsipas' way.
Okay.
Other than the return winner, there was nothing really to talk about. No, but the rest was like unreturned serves, you know. So,
Damien, why are you such a big Zizou Bergs fan, by the way?
I don't know if I'm a Zizou Bergs fan. I mean, I certainly wish him well. He's a great guy. So, yeah, like literally just, I think, as a person, even on both on social media and sort of in private as well, he's been amazing. And I do wish him well. But, well, generally speaking, whenever there's an underdog, there's like a more challenger tour oriented player, you know, on the big stage. Of course, I'm going to root for them, right? But Zizou specifically, I think, he's just a very nice guy, and probably that's why.
All right, so I guess on that note, thank you for the invite, but I'll leave you guys on this one.
You can,
but you should be watching some of Manarino Wawrinka. It's a pretty good match as well.
All right.
The
I have
veterans
had
one.
my eyes on that one.
We cannot miss Zizou Bergs beating Stefanos Tsitsipas, which is going to happen today, totally. So
Wow, I believe it, honestly.
I'm feeling the upset. Like I literally woke up like 2 hours ago, which was 1 a.m. for me, and I woke up and I just had this feeling instantly. Oh, this is gonna be Zizou Bergs beating Tsitsipas. You know, he's got the excellent skill set to tackle the Tsitsipas backhand. I mean, he's got it all. He's playing with house money after getting the lucky loser spot. It's cooler, so he's not gonna have the same issues as in the qualifying. Yeah, I'm totally feeling it. You know, I haven't been this excited about a potential upset in a week, probably.
Nice. I'll check
Andre,
that one up tomorrow when I wake up.
Yeah, do it. Andre, thanks for your thoughts as well on what, which is why I wanted to get your nuggets of ideas on what we were just chatting about. And we'll speak to you soon.
All right. Thank you very much for having me again. See you guys.
Cheers, cheers, Andre.
Have
Bye-bye.
good tennis. Bye.
Yeah, we'll do. Then there were two. Oh, I'd say then there were two. I've seen a very familiar face just join the chat, and he's got a thought on Zizou Bergs and potential retirement in this match.
Where are we? Let me see that. Why?
Well, he thinks he's going to retire. I guess he's going off the qualifier.
No, but there was no injury. It was just the fact that it was
Cramp.
35 degrees and well, sorta, yeah. Some of that was cramping. Like, yeah, he just barely could move in the end of the second set, beginning of the third set. There was no point in playing that. Mm-hmm.
I know it's not an injury, but it does. You know, if you cramp 3 days ago, it does suggest that it might recur.
Not really. Like it's so much cooler in Melbourne here, so I think like literally in the qualifying that was that day, the final qualifying round, when any stream you would turn on, like there was a player who was barely walking around the court. Gabriel Diallo, Abdullah Shelbay, Aaron Mayo, Zizou Bergs, and the list goes on really. And yeah, I just don't think it's happening here because the weather is so much better now. We haven't really had that in the main draw. And yeah, I mean, the moment I saw Zizou that was going to retire there, like I just knew if he takes the lucky loser spot, that's not going to really impact his performance. Like he can actually retire and then play the main draw. Of course, eventually he was kind of, well, I don't know. In a way, he was fortunate. In a way, he wasn't. Three lucky loser spots open. He was drawn third out of the hat. I guess Alex Molchan was the unlucky one, which is why Ghosty is saying that, right? Definitely. Because it was Alex Molchan who didn't get in.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Go home to heal what? Yeah. He doesn't have an injury, Ghosty, so go home to heal what?
He does like Zizou Bergs, it appears, though, mind you. He says, well, we'll see. I'm still finding the match, so you might have to give me a few minutes before I tune, although I do know it's one.
Korda into the fifth set against Kopshiva. Jesus Christ. I mean, this is, yeah.
No, well, did you catch any of Rublev, by the way? That seems to be a match that felt like a pointless 5-setter as well.
Why a pointless?
Because I think he had so many chances to get it done a lot earlier and break points, no?
No, I mean, Thiago on the third and fourth, like 6-3 or something like that.
I thought that Rublev had chances galore to get it done earlier.
I mean, maybe some breakpoints early in the set. I don't remember that, but well, he had a couple of chances in the fifth. Like he had for love 40 in the second game and a love 40 at 5-6. So like before the tiebreak, yes, but on the way to that fifth set, I don't really think so.
Oh, this is what Ghost is saying here. Look, John is right. Rublev has 3 times as many break chances. Not that I need Ghosty on my side. I'm just saying.
But that's not actually true though. Like in the third set, Seyboth Wild had to save 3 breakpoints at 1-all, so it's very early in the set. In the fourth, he didn't even have to save any breakpoints. In the fifth set, yes, like Rublev had chances to claim it earlier in the fifth, like especially the 5-6 game when Seyboth Wild saved 4 match points. But before it actually got to the fifth set There were no opportunities to clinch this match whatsoever.
Yeah, but that's
Look
the
at
thing.
set
I think.
5, but that's set
Yeah.
5. Not that wasn't a pointless 5. That wasn't a pointless 5
Yeah,
setter. Basically,
it's true. It's true.
I was just saying this ghosty because John said it was a pointless 5 setter. But yes, set 5, of course. Yes, I agree. Yeah, the around the net post shot was great. Yeah, that was a tougher one than the Hurkacz than that Hurkacz hit at the United Cup. But yeah, I basically think that, well, he also had chances to claim the opener, Seyboth Wild. It's a bit of a non-story, I guess, after that. But, we all know that Seyboth Wild can play on hard courts. It's just he hasn't really shown it yet. Well, at least in his results. Of course, this isn't going to improve his win-loss records. But for like a set and a half at least, the forehand was easily the best shot on the court and was actually kind of smashing through Rublev. I did fall asleep around the end of the match, though, so I didn't see the tiebreaker.
What happened to your man Cilic, by the way?
Yeah, he just wasn't ready really physically, and he. I'm changing. Well, I'm changing that. I'm sort of saying now that Marozsan will reach the quarters, which I think is very likely as well. Like it's just that section where every single seed is horrible. You've got Fritz, you've got Musetti, you've got Tsitsipas, you've got Cerundolo. So yeah, I mean Fritz 5 sets, lightly injured, not that good in the first place right now. Tsitsipas, of course, we'll see what sort of form he's going to bring in, but he's also pretty vulnerable. Maybe he loses to Zizou Bergs here today. You've got Musetti, who's just, a bit of a mess on hard courts as well. Cerundolo went 5 with Dane Sweeney. Fabi is definitely the favorite over Cerundolo. I don't know if actually as strong as the odds suggest, but he is the favorite for me over Cerundolo. So, yeah, I mean, the winner of Marozsan Cilic to make the quarters is literally what that prediction was maybe sort of like. But yeah, Cilic did not look great physically. Like that, the movement wasn't as sharp as against Struff in Hong Kong. He definitely, especially his backhand corner, had just was extremely wobbly, and it was pretty clear when we started watching that with Funch that like if it goes to the fifth, Cilic isn't really winning that. Like he was keeping himself in it. Of course, he was serving pretty well, as Marin Cilic does, but just winning 6 more games from there in the fifth potentially, that would have been too much, I think.
David Vakinu, in answer to a question from Jane, has won the first set 6-4. I would imagine him to overcome Lestien fairly comfortably, but we'll see if that pans out. They're on serve in the second set. I mean, I think regarding Tsitsipas' Australian Open final run last year, when you're playing a guy in the semi-finals like Khachanov and Lehecka in the quarters, and I think Lehecka may have been a bit nervy in that quarterfinal. I don't think the quality from either player was that high. Lehecka, of course, previous to that, I think had overcome Cam Noy in a tough 5-setter. I think in the immediate round prior, although it might have been 2 before that.
No, two or 3. Felix was in the 4th round for Lehecka. I don't remember if Nori was 3rd or 2nd round, but definitely Felix in the 4th round.
But I anyway, whatever path it was Tsitsipas took specifically, it looked like a fairly comfortable path, and I thought that run to the final flattered to deceive in a way, and I think we saw it in the performance in the final as well.
Yeah, and Korda is down a break in the 5th.
By the way, Ghosty says in the chat, why do we all like Korda so much? I don't know. Maybe he's talking about other people in the chat, by the way. It might not be you and I. I like him. I don't dislike him.
I think he's like the general public, but of course he's not really like asking about like our enjoyment of like whether you want Sebi Korda to do well or not. Like it's about his game. Like why do we like his tennis?
Yeah.
And at its best, it's a super clean game, but yeah, I wasn't expecting too much ahead of this Australian Open. Definitely not. I thought that he was going to lose to Harris or Alice in the 3rd round. However, losing to Vitko Priva from 2 sets to love up, that's like the really next level. That's like Sebi Korda taking the disappointing results that he's had from time to time, I guess recently the last 2 or 3 events as a whole. Like that's taking it to the next level. Like you cannot really do something like this if you're seriously thinking of like maybe contending for titles like this in the future. Vit Kopriva is, barely playing on hard courts in a year, probably like 5 matches. Had a super easy qualifying draw as well. Yeah. I mean, this is just next level. This is something we haven't seen from Korda. Korda is actually showing us something new. Yes, by losing to Vit Kopriva.
Oh, Jane, don't get Ghosty started on that one. That's for sure. Anyway, I'm still messing around with my laptop. I had the Tsitsipas match, but it's gone again.
Yeah, I ended up switching over to Korda for a moment just to see some key moments from the previous sets, actually. Hopefully, in the meantime, Zizou just doesn't get broken out of nowhere. Davidovich Fokina is having a medical timeout, by the way. So that's not...
Oh, is he? Oh, dear, that won't...
That's not what we wanted to see, yeah.
No.
I'm just curious, like, what was happening in the Korda Kopriva battle. How is Sebi even losing this? Well, I guess, Korda with that ball striking style that is sort of like Andre Agassi and like, just taking it early and lots of like shorter angles as well. Kopriva really likes just fast-paced play of the ground. Like that's sort of like ping pong-ish tennis. So I guess it kind of plays into his strengths, but still, like if you're Sebi Korda, you shouldn't be thinking about playing into or not playing into Vit Kopriva's strengths on a hard court, I think. I mean, Vit Kopriva is a player I did pick to break the top 100 in the future, in this year, of course. So I'm not, this is going to help him out if he gets there, of course. I'm not overly disappointed if he did there. I definitely think that he has a top 100 peak. The floor not necessarily so, not so much. But that's like if you're Sebastian Korda, this is probably one of the most horrific results you've ever had. From two sets to love up, especially.
Yeah.
Against a player who on hard courts like you should be 10 times better than. Haven't checked that, but I'm assuming that must be like potentially, of course, if he wins it, because it's still not done, because Korda has just broken back, in fact. But like potentially that has to be that would be like definitely the biggest hardcourt win of Kopriva's career. I wonder if he's ever beaten like a top 100 player in hardcourts. Like that's how low we can go with this. Because he just barely plays it. Like he just barely plays on the surface.
Doesn't bode well for Sebi, whichever way it turns out today.
Yeah. Kopriva's best hardcourt win is over the world number 126, Pavel Kotov, last year in Manama. So he's actually only played the top 100 player on hardcourts just once, Emil Rusevori, 2 years ago in Pune. Which, again, just goes to say that he does not focus on it whatsoever. And, he is right not to do it either. But there are some aspects to his game for sure. The ability to step in, take that backhand so early, I think, especially the fact that he loves fast-paced, load-bouncing play, that can help him out. But still, if you're Korda, you just cannot really do this. I mean, last year you were like everyone's pick to take the title. I mean, take the title, like almost,
To have a good
everyone's
run.
dark horse. Everyone's dark horse for the title.
Yeah.
Like actually a player who we thought that he even might win the whole thing or like lose to Djokovic again in the final. Of course, we didn't really get to see if that would have panned out because Korda had to retire against Kachanov. But still, like he did deliver on all the expectations coming from Adelaide 1 and the one championship point saved against Novak.
It was also, I think we looked at the route to the final for Sebi, and it was like Medvedev was the one that we all sort of put a ring around, and it was like, that'll be the match that'll test this Korda theory. And he won it in straight sets, and it was like, okay. So yeah, and then of course
he's
the
for
physical
real.
issues.
He's for real.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it was physical issues that I think he was the better player against Khachanov as well. Khachanov was solid, and maybe Sebi was a bit nervy in the 2 sets that I think he was healthy for. And that was that, unfortunately. Of course, I say healthy for.
Yeah, but he did lose both of them, right? He did lose.
Yeah,
both of them, so.
yeah. Maybe he wasn't even healthy for the second set. Then I think he sort of could have and should have won the first set, but things went awry. My memory's vague. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, of course. But
I remember the score, but not necessarily how it went. Maybe I didn't even watch it. I don't remember. And of course, it's not like from that point onwards he was awful because that injury really ruined him or something. He did lose a few months, but right now it's not really an excuse given he's already had many good runs from that point onwards. Especially Shanghai, Astana, that's Chinese moment in the Chinese swing that was again just pretty much excellent in every match.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the meantime, Zizou Bergs did not get broken. I'm hoping to be back for the next game after I stop watching this 4-5 break in the 4th set for Korda, for Kopriva, I mean. Yeah, but I do enjoy it when tennis players show us something new, and that certainly is something new.
Somebody was asking about some physical issues for Stefanos, not that I'm aware of. This is something I don't know about. Some physical issues.
United Cup, he had that back injury.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, right.
He wasn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. That's why.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about it as well. But I think he played 1 of 3 or 4 matches. I think.
Yeah, he played something. He played against whom? Who did he play against? Definitely against Chile. It was Stefanos Tsitsipas who played, and then who was the other? Canada was the other country in the group, and he played against Steven Diaz, and then he played against Zverev as well in the quarterfinals. Of course, Steven Diaz he did beat, and against Zverev he lost. But yeah, the mixed there was also that mixed match where Petros actually played instead of him. So it's definitely very much in question.
Yeah.
That physical side of his game right now, but we don't really know how strong the issue is. And Korda is now up a break in the 5th as well, so it's like a big mess there. Maybe he will escape in the end, but it certainly won't be a vote of confidence that he was hoping for ahead of a pretty tough one against Quentin Malès in the second round. Now I'm switching back to Zizou Bergs, who is 2-3 down, of course, against Stefanos Tsitsipas. Hugo Gaston about to post a win over Roberto Carballes Baena, so another lucky loser. Maybe it's a good sort of prediction for Zizou as well. Although Shintaro Mochizuki did lose yesterday. Generally a pretty underwhelming lucky loser set, I would say, but Gaston did land into a very decent matchup against Carballes Baena. And Bergs, we'll see. Like he kind of got a great opportunity against a player who would be the biggest win of his career, who is a little underwhelming at the moment, and there's also a lot of pressure on him. But of course, if he was able to choose whether he would play Tsitsipas or Carballes Baena in the opening round, and he would go for Carballes Baena.
Yeah. Ghosty saying poor Molchan.
Yeah. Molchan the fourth lucky loser drawn, and well, there's still time. There's still tomorrow. There's still matches later today. Maybe Molchan still gets in. I think it's especially a shame also that Gabriel Diallo didn't make it. He was like 2 spots behind Shintaro Mochizuki. He didn't make it into the draw of the lucky losers. However, of course, he also might get in, but that would require 2 more withdrawals until the basically until the last match is started tomorrow. But yeah, I think Bergs was clearly the most sort of, I don't know, deserving. They all deserved it, I guess, but probably the lucky loser that everyone was looking at and like, okay, so this is a guy who actually could win a match here against even a pretty tough opponent.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see. I mean, so far so good. Both players pretty much unable to do anything on return. I think especially if Zizou is going to be targeting that backhand return, so far it has not stood up to the test. He's playing pretty well. +1 forehand winner in this game. There was a drop shot as well that was well hidden and just well executed too. So, I mean, it's as good a start as you could really hope for, I suppose. Well, you could hope for a break early, but let's not be greedy. And it's 3 games all now. Korda 4-2 up in the 5th, so he might be escaping that, but yeah, that's rough. We'll see how the third set between Atmane and Medvedev also goes. That seems to be one of the bigger stories. But yeah, as I said, like Medvedev just totally threw away the opening set. And I was also watching a bit of Bautista Agut against Shelton. Right now it's getting closer. Second set is actually pretty decent, but first set was pretty cool for Ben because he was like actually pretty patient off the ground and on return. And Bautista Agut didn't seem to be up to the challenge, but right now it's getting a lot closer. Just by watching the first set, I would say Shelton gets to that Djokovic. Oh, at least gets to that Manarino third round. I don't know about Djokovic because that's kind of tricky, but.
Are we assuming Manarino beats Wawrinka?
I think so. Even when they were playing in their prime, Manarino won it in straights in Miami 2015. So I would assume that if he like managed to unpack Stan's power in 2015, then 2024 is not really a big deal for him. Especially as this is Stan's first match of the season. I don't know if it actually suggests that he was injured or something, or that he didn't feel ready before the Australian Open. But well, it certainly doesn't put him in like great match rhythm ahead of this one. In a way, the best of 5 set format was always pretty decent for Stan because he just gets a lot more time to tune in these massive thunderous ground strokes. But at the same time, I don't know if I still buy it in the year of 2024. So Manarino definitely seems like the player who is just more likely to claim 3 sets there. But yeah, it is a bit of a risky assumption. I get what you mean. Also, they would still have to win like one more round. I think Manarino against Munar, though, so he is a very solid draw here. And I don't remember who... that's a great dropper from Steph as well. I don't remember who Shelton would play in the second round, provided he gets through Bautista Agut first, of course. Just one match as well on the women's side. Alexandrova against Siegemund. Alexandrova is actually down a set. Mm-hmm. But well, we can never really expect consistency from her, I suppose. Yesterday, Alicia Parks won after hitting 66 unforced errors in 3 sets. And I was like, that's actually pretty insane. But then I remembered that Alexandrova had over 90 at Wimbledon against Brengel. So, nowhere near to the record. And to think that when Djokovic hit 100 against Simon and won in 5, it was thrown out as like a massive stat. How can you hit 100 unforced errors and still win? And of course, he won the title as well that year. But no, actually, Alexandrova last year, Wimbledon, over 90 against Madison Brengel. She wins the match, and I think she gets blown out next round by Sabalenka. So a bit of a different story there.
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't even realize that on one of my tabs I still had a stream from Korda Kopriva open, and it was like paused, and that pause was when Kopriva was leading 2-love in the fifth, and now it's basically 5-2. Yeah, now it's 5-2 Korda with double break. So
Djokovic Fokina is still on
pretty big
serve, but I guess the bigger issue is his physicality. You said he had a medical timeout earlier, right?
He did, but I didn't see what it was about. I just saw that he had a timeout. Yeah, apparently Atmane is cramping as well, so Medvedev will be escaping there. And Atmane is also serving underarm now. So yeah.
Oh, wow.
He's not gonna survive there. But as I said, like he was never really there with the level. It was Daniel dominating the first until he just threw in a couple of horrible games on serve. So I can't really say that this is horrible for him. It is horrible for him that he cannot really like show up on the big stage here and just maybe play the best of his abilities. But it's not like he won the first set on much merit actually. So it's not that hard, like heartbreaking, I suppose. Although of course it would be way better for the guy if he was just able to produce whatever his best in that match could be. Yeah, I mean they're trading backhands now, Zizou and stuff, and it's of course Tsitsipas who tries to slice and misses it. It was a close call though. I'm surprised Zizou wasn't trying to chase it down because it was like really close to the line. But well, not that Bergs wants to be hitting backhands generally, but in these patterns, I mean, he should be emerging as the better player than Tsitsipas, it seems. And of course, there's a lot of potential of just serving and starting the points well to that Tsitsipas backhand too. It helps that it's like all very natural for him. Like these are tactics, patterns he wants to be playing anyway. So he doesn't really need to change up anything for Tsitsipas in order to target his weaknesses. So far, he's definitely holding up. One question I do have later on in this match, if it really is as close as I think it will, is like how Zizou will hold up mentally. And I guess that's just something we won't really know until we see it. There's been a few major instances on the ATP circuit when he wasn't ready to produce a big result, especially Gstaad last year, that 4-1 double break lead against Kecmanovic in the third. That was kind of rough to watch. So I guess Tsitsipas would be the more trustworthy player, obviously, given his position, given his experience. That's an ace as well, 40-15. Korda trying to serve out the fifth.
He's up a double break now, though, isn't he? So he's in pretty good shape. Oh, I see Mannarino took the first set. I didn't know that. And Wawrinka was up 3-1, so it's 5 games in a row for Andrian to do that first set. Mm-hmm. Zverev is playing Kopfer, is he?
Yeah.
At some point.
That's a nightmare for Kepfer that he drew Zverev. Like literally half the matches in the field he could have won. Half the players in the field he could have beaten. Half the matches in the draw he could have won. So, but it's probably not going to be a short match. It's just kind of impossible for Zverev to win an easy match. It seems it's still going to last 3 hours.
Has Bergs been pretty comfortable so far? I've been struggling to tune into this one.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been any break points yet anyway.
Definitely not.
What are Zizou's strengths and weaknesses? You touched on his mental side of the game being a potential concern.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he's like a pretty classic serve and forehand oriented player, really.
Hard court the best sort of surface for him, or do you think
He's good
grass
everywhere,
more?
actually. He's one of just 2 players on that are active right now who have won challenger titles on green clay, red clay, grass, and hard courts, along with Tiafoe. Of course, this is a bit of a flawed stat because, well, on green clay, many of these who won titles on every surface, they probably didn't even play it. But yeah, there are only like 10 or 11 active players, I think, with challenger titles on hard clay grass. Zizou got there very early because I think he got his first one in St. Petersburg. Then it was another hard court one, but then it was clay and then grass. So basically, no, actually, maybe the other way around. It was hard clay, hard grass. But anyway, in like 4 or 5 challenger titles, he already had that. So he already won on every different surface. Going forward, probably clay would be his weakest, I would assume, on the main tour, just because at some point he'll need to be more like threatening. Simply, I mean, the better players will be able to take on his pace. But if it's like a Kitzbühel Gstaad, like an altitude clay event or something in South America, why not? But yeah, he's pretty versatile actually. He's pretty, very good at the net as well. Just a pretty classic attacking game. I don't think he's going to do anything crazy really in the future. But this year is finally his chance to sort of get to the main tour and then see if he sticks around. He has a wonderful situation with the points, defending 1 title in April, but then not really anything around that either. So I think his top 100 debut is like almost certain this year if he stays healthy, which also has been an issue for him the past couple of years.
Just laughing at Keen's comment in the chat regarding that underarm serve that you touched on.
Yeah, he
What
loves
was the issue?
underarm serves, so I can
What's the issue
imagine.
with that, Mano? You said he was struggling physically. Was it cramping or
Yeah,
something?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been watching that.
They're just showing it to me now.
Yeah, not since the end of the first set anyway.
Yeah. Let's hope he's not a pilot. Mind you, there's the whole autopilot thing. You can just click on and have a nap. Long haul, probably be safer. Good news that for Daniel, though, after a sticky first set. But he was serving for it, you said, right?
Yeah, 5-4 and a couple of just absolutely disastrous service games.
green clay is more prominent in Northern Europe. I don't know. I'm not. I've seen the sort of grey
What?
clay that in
Northern
No, it's a
Europe?
comment in the chat. No, I've seen it in the US, right?
It's just the US, really. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
No,
think
no.
Europe
It's
is red
green
except
clay.
with
No. Green clay is just Europe. It's just the States, Stephanie. Really, it's basically the hard true. It's like a synthetic version of clay. Movement is a lot more hardcore like. The sort of surface profile is a lot more hardcore like. But Houston has reddish clay ghosty, but it's also synthetic. So it's basically green clay. It's just the fact that it's different coloring, but it's synthetic. It's more like green clay that we know from the States than the European red clay. But Northern Europe, honestly, I've not seen a green clay court like ever. Well, Northern. I guess I haven't been in Northern Europe all that much. Only like Sweden and Finland. But I guess I wasn't going around the courts. But I don't think that's really a surface that's common here at all. No.
the tournaments, at least, are red clay, and in South America too. I can testify to that. Although I don't need to necessarily.
Green clay is only really a thing there in the States. I think there's also a Santo Domingo challenger. Well, it used to be at least in the Dominican Republic, of course. But it's mostly an American thing. And the only challengers that we have right now are in America: Tallahassee, Savannah, and whatever the third event is that I'm forgetting about right now.
If Tsitsipas was to crash today, and we were a long, long way from that, in 20 minutes now, he could easily be up a set and a double break. But it would be a new low because this is his slam. I know arguably his skill set maybe suggests a bit more on clay, but because of one or two individuals getting in his way, it's never sort of has worked out there and may never do so in the future. But this is the hard court slam. I mean, this is that we look at New York as being one he's never won, he's performed at. I think he's never been in the second week in New York. But here he's a regular go deeper person. So
yeah, I guess
he's a regular.
I get what you mean.
Semi-final 2019, semi-final 2021. Final
maybe because I'm feeling the upset. I just cannot say it, because he is a mess right now. He would lose quite a lot of points as well. So yeah, it is a bit of a new low, but it's also like sort of to be expected. So that's why
if he goes out first round, he might drop out the top 10.
Oh, he will.
Yeah,
he will. He might, but he will. If he loses in the opening round, yes.
Who plays the winner of this, or who's the winner of this playing in the second round? Do you know?
Jordan Thompson or Alexander Vukic?
Yeah. Thompson could do something.
Thompson has defeated Tsitsipas last year, Miami. Of course, that was when Tsitsipas had that weird sunshine double with lack of understanding of the rules regarding withdrawals and etc. But at the ranking, but still, Thompson did play a very good match, and of course, it's very likely to be Thompson given how Vukic is playing recently.
This is you saying Vukic reminded me of Vekic, and I knew that she had a tricky first round, and it's against Pavlyuchenkova. I think I might even tip Pavlyuchenkova to win that.
Oh,
but there's a
for
few.
Sure, Pavlyuchenkova is the favorite, I think.
Yeah, there's a few absent or questions about coaches. Finally, Boris Becker, despite everyone telling me over the last few weeks he was going to be in Australia, he's not. So I guess Severin and Luthi will be taking on the sort of seniority coaching responsibilities there. I don't know if Pam Shriver is with Donna Vekic. I guess we'll find out in the next couple of hours. I have a feeling that she's not, but I could be wrong. I think she's working in a media capacity, much like Boris Becker, by the way, who's on Eurosport duties, but back in Germany, as far as I'm aware. It's a nice forehand from Steph, although it's setting up a smash that he's not put away. But now he's got the volley, which he doesn't put away either. Love 15.
Who was telling you that Becker was going to be in Australia?
Oh, a bunch of people in the chat, like 2 or 3 weeks ago, when I was thinking I don't know if he'll be there, and I was probably.
I mean that was announced. That was announced that he literally wouldn't be there, right? That he is going to be commentating on the Australian Open.
Okay, I mean, I was speculating on this, but it's probably as long ago as a month ago. That I was
okay, maybe a month ago. It still wasn't the case.
Yeah, it was a while ago. I was speculating it, and people, it doesn't matter. People in the chat were saying, "No, he'll definitely be there." But I wasn't sure what the terms of his release were. UK, Australia. Maybe there's something because he's not allowed to go to the UK for another year or two. So I wasn't sure if that might.
When it was announced that he is going to be just doing commentary during the Australian Open and isn't going to Australia, that seemed like the most real hypothesis, right? That he's probably not allowed to enter Australia, which was never stated actually.
An ugly backhand there from Bergs going at the tram line, and he was love 15 on the Stefanos serve, and it was a half chance to go love 30.
Well, this will be more than a half chance, though.
That's nice. That is nice. How's your backhand, Damien?
How's my backhand?
Yeah. Is it as good as
Pretty
that?
rough.
What we just
defensively, pretty rough.
Okay.
Yeah, I also have a one-hander, so.
Oh, of course you do. Yeah.
But I chip most of my returns, so I'm definitely better at chipping returns than Stefanos Tsitsipas. I do think I'm better at slicing as well.
Oh, a Tsitsipas forehand, a rudimentary forehand into the net. 2 break points here for Mr. Bergs. We've been expecting you, Mr. Bergs.
Easy. I mean, as we said, I woke up feeling the upset. I still stand by that.
Damien, I know, but he's broken serve, so that's something anyway.
Matthew laughing about the of course you do, but I guess that was a reference to John knowing that I was a Federer fan, so I guess that was the of course you do.
It's Kit Kat time. There was
a
deal on at the supermarket. It said 5 Kit Kats and some kind of deal. I got a deal on 5 Kit Kats. So I bought 5.
I'm really feeling it. I mean, I know I've been saying this from the start of the show, but someone just texted me on a group chat, but still, about Zizou playing pretty smart now, and that what he needs to do in order to take the win. And he's got this, man. He's absolutely got this. I don't see another option. Zizou Bergs is beating Stefanos Tsitsipas today. Literally, he just doesn't need to do much in this matchup. He just really plays his own game. He plays his favorite stuff. He plays his favorite patterns all the time, and he's gonna win. Obviously, he might also choke, and if it's Zizou Bergs serving for the match, or 4-2 lead in a set that he could win the match with, and we see another match against Kecmanovic. Yeah, sure. I mean, that I can't predict, but I don't know. I have a very good feeling about this simply, and I don't want to gloat here. I'm definitely not, a Stefanos Tsitsipas hater or whatever. I don't really care, but the underdogs, of course. If you're a challenger watcher and then one of these guys gets to a stage like this, of course you want to see them win, and this would be the biggest day of Zizou's career if he manages to pull it off. Still has to hold here, though, to take the first set. That might get pretty tricky as well, but whoa, the +1 forehand, though. That looked pretty shaky at first, but yeah, super clean. take back was like insane as well.
You never see old people eating Kit Kats. There's like an age limit, I think.
How about the other chocolate bars or whatever?
Same. Twix, Mars, yeah. You never see
Yeah,
like a 78-year-old munching on a Mars.
I think it's just more of a chocolate bar kind of thing that they just don't eat it. You know, it probably, I don't know, at least in Poland, it probably wasn't really like it didn't exist when they were alive, really, in Poland, because in the communist era you wouldn't get stuff like that, right? People would make their own sweets.
Yeah.
So I think it's pretty natural for them not to eat it. They're more used to cake as well.
Oh, cake, yeah.
So like my grandpa, for example, he eats a lot of sweets, but it's mostly gonna be like cake or maybe some like bonbons or however you wanna call them, which I wouldn't eat. Like for example, like either cake or these things. No, not really. Like a Kit Kat, I could eat. I could eat a Kit Kat.
Yeah, there was this deal 5. Although it was weird because when I got to the checkout to pay, I don't think the deal happened. So there was like a deal. I don't remember what the deal was. I didn't even necessarily understand it. But it's like buy 5 Kit Kats. So I did. And then when I got to the checkout, I think I just bought 5 individual Kit Kats. It wasn't like there was 20% off.
Maybe that was the whole thing, you know. But buy 5 Kit Kats. That was the
that was it. And they told me to. And then it was like it would be too complicated to question it. Especially in the language.
Pris Polo is like a very basic sweet. Yeah, like a wafer of sorts with chocolate on it, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, these things are also pretty popular, but I don't think they are really like among younger people. But these are like in Poland, these are like chocolate bars for older people, I would say, or teatralny. There's this one as well. But anyway, one more set point for Bergs.
Yeah.
Tsitsipas having to hit some backhands, but now he actually gets pushed to the forehand corner. Ooh, yeah, that's a pretty funny point. Little indecisive here from Zizou. He wasn't sure if to follow this up to the net or not. Then ended up going sort of off pace, and yeah, that cannot work out really. Koboli and Jari in the 5th set as well.
Ooh.
And Shelton is 2 sets to love up on Bautista Agut.
Okay. That was a good shot from Stefanos, that forehand sort of pass. It was almost a choppy sort of pass. Maybe Zizou was decision to come
it wasn't a pass, you know? The thing is, it wasn't a pass.
It was sort of made to look like a pass because Zizou made it look like a pass.
Yeah, exactly. Because of Zizou's movement, like it was a pass. But Steph was just trying to get to that forehand corner and somehow make the ball, somehow put it back in play. So it actually wasn't even, it didn't originate as a pass. Yeah, I had a similar reaction, just I guess less vocal, but I did have a similar reaction, yes.
And that previous point, there was a clenched fist from Tsitsipas, and I wonder if that was clenched because of winning the point, but also just noticing a little anxiety on the side of the net. Let's see how this next point goes.
I feel dirty right now after watching the next point.
I know how it goes then.
I don't know if you do. but you will see. You will see. Yeah, it's in case anyone's wondering, it's just like a dead net court for Bergs. Again, not exactly too confident on the forehand, even though theoretically it's like a ball he should be enjoying. But yeah, it clips the net, and it just
that look from Stefanos.
Right yeah, Stefanos is like, "Are you effing kidding me?"
Yeah.
But yeah, if anything, this game kind of is showing us that, yeah, if Zizou will have a shot at clinching this match, there might be trouble. It will be definitely, like, even if Steph is behind in this match, he definitely will be playing this out until the end. Like, he won't just give up because he will know that something might still happen. Like, there might be some shakeups near the end. It's not going to be that obvious for Zizou to clinch it.
He in the juice court, I guess he just favors going to the forehand because it's not the one that you would normally think about going to. A game where you're trying to serve it out. I have this theory, and it works well in both tennis and soccer in terms of serving or penalties. If you have a favored way in taking a penalty, for example, or a favored method, when it sort of doesn't matter quite as much, that's when you can go the other way, because you don't want the goalkeeper to know that you 6 times out of 6 you've gone the same direction. So take the example. What I'm trying to give with Tsitsipas is you go to the backhand when you really need it, like right now, for example, Bergs break point here. You go to the forehand at 40 love, 40-15 to sort of still mix up a bit. And coming back to the penalties again, when you're winning 3-0, you go to the unfavored side. There you go. That's nice.
Yeah, I guess in football it's a little different because you've got like just one penalty per match, or one penalty per few matches.
But you've got 10 in a season, and the goalkeepers now, it's not like 50 years ago when they didn't have a clue, but now they know your favored side because they've got all the evidence before them.
No, I agree about that. I think, in fact, Federer was like one of the first players to like really bring this up to light, and definitely he had this strategy of like at 40 love on serve, he would always throw in something different, like, I don't know, a random serve and volley, or just try to finish the point instantly with some drop shot or whatever, and it really creates like this illusion of the fact that you're really varying your play. Even if actually, like, on the most important points, you're actually going to be going for the percentage patterns. So, it does make a lot of sense, yes.
Drop shot, what's going on here? Oh, nice. I wasn't quite sure, though. Zizou running in after that was the right idea, but it didn't matter because it was so well executed. But the little dart, I mean, maybe it was the right, we'll never know because Stefanos didn't get there, and maybe it was so well executed that actually Stefanos was never going to get much more than a racket on it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We've now got a second set point, I think, for Bergs, but it's been a while since the first one because I think there was a few break points for Stefanos in between.
Someone on my Twitter says that Kopoli and Jari is the match of the tournament so far.
Okay.
I watched some of that early on, the first set maybe, but definitely not enough to have an opinion on that. Apparently, there's also like an insane crowd there. One of the apparently everyone lives in Melbourne because you've got the Greek diaspora, as Stephanie I think was saying in the chat, but also there's the Colombian one. Apparently, there's the Chilean one. Yesterday it was crazy on Galan Kubler. Today it's crazy on Jari Kopoli.
There's a slightly stronger Latin American crowd in Australia in general now compared to, say, about 20 years ago. I think both Chile and Argentina have some at least temporary visa thing where you can go there and work and stuff, a bit like some Europeans can just disappear off to Australia for a year and work there, as I did in my 20s. So I think there's an arrangement now, I think, between both Chile and Argentina and Australia. So I even know a half Chilean, half Australian guy, actually, which you wouldn't think was a common combo, but yeah, there you go.
Australia is a nation, built on immigrants, right? So,
well, indeed, yeah.
That also makes sense, I guess, with the whole Greek, Chilean, Colombian fans and how, you're just going to find everyone there, really, every single nation and ethnicity imaginable.
My stream is frozen, and I can't understand how on earth Stefanos Tsitsipas wins that point, but now I've seen it. But my stream froze at the point that he's chasing down that backhand, and I thought he's never even going to get a racket on that. But he not only did he get a racket on it, he won the point. It was incredible. But it actually froze just as was again Bergs though coming in there. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. He came in late for sure. I guess he just wasn't expecting Tsitsipas to come up with anything with this shot,
Yeah.
which is also understandable.
Yeah.
But you're gonna like the next point better, I think. So.
Yeah. the 10 or 15 points we've seen so far, I mean, hindsight is admittedly special, but it does look like he's made one or two unusual decisions regarding coming into the net.
Can we agree that a panenka is one of the nicest sights in sports? Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool move, but if it doesn't work out, like I still cannot believe that Zinedine Zidane hit it in the World Cup final.
Oh yeah, and he nearly messed it up. He was a few inches
like
or
an
an inch
off
away.
the crossbar, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Crossbar,
yeah.
And I cannot believe that Antonin Panenka went for it either. Against Sepp Maier, you're trying to win it for Czechoslovakia. I mean, how?
Yes.
So it is a super cool move. I'm surprised we don't have more instances of this not working out, actually, because it kind of should.
Yeah, it does tend to. It does. I know. And Andrea Pirlo did it against England in a penalty shootout, and it does seem to work out more often than not. There was one guy, I think, funny enough, I think it might have been Czech Republic, but I think they were maybe leading like 4-0 against the USA at the Italia 90 World Cup, and I think it didn't work. But it kind of didn't matter. I think they were leading 4-0. But yeah, World Cup final, I think, when they were 1-0 down as well. Of course, that was a Zizou, being the operative word. That was a Zizou final in so many ways, because, of course, he ends up getting a red card as well. So, and it was the last match. It was the last minute, the last act he ever had on an international football pitch was headbutting Materazzi. Oh, look at that. Ace down the tee. Was that to the forehand as well? I think it was, wasn't it? Right-handed forehand. Maybe catching Steph by surprise. 61 minutes and a pointing. I don't know what he was doing when he was doing this. It was just a celebration, almost Cristiano-esque in that respect. Well, 7-5. Jazz there in Belgium. Well, it depends on whether it's the French or the Dutch-speaking part, although I know that some might identify as Flemish. Zizou Bergs is from the Dutch-speaking part, from listening to him, and even his name suggests that. I don't know if he's called Zizou, though, because of Zinedine Zidane, but Zinedine Zidane's nickname was Zizou, if that's what the Aquarium goes to.
Yeah, of course he is.
Keane is annoyed with Kyrgios. Is that because of his commentary, Keane? I haven't heard too much from Kyrgios regarding the commentary. I can see why these TV stations are taking a gamble on him, because I think it could pay dividends, and there's a temptation with these kind of signings, if you like, for the whole media world to gather around and go, that's a good idea, and it may well work, and maybe he'll end up being an amazing commentator, but he did seem a bit anxious in his debut for Tennis Channel. And I don't know if he's got pearls of wisdom, but I guess they see him as a kind of a John McEnroe 2.0 in the commentary box. Because I think McEnroe was appreciated in his early days before social media appeared.
I think it's only really the Twitter bubble that hates John McEnroe. I think for the casual fans, they actually really enjoy his commentary.
Yeah,
he's a big name. He is probably pretty good at painting a picture of this guy being a Cinderella story, this guy being a great player, even if it's not exactly true for the most part, even if John McEnroe is just so disrespectful to anyone ranked below 35. Still, like for a casual fan, I think it actually does raise their excitement a little bit and just sort of allows them to engage in that story. So I totally get that. But I think, it's just really us sort of the more hardcore tennis fans that absolutely hate him and just feel disgusted that a guy like this who doesn't care about anyone who's not, Novak Djokovic, Stefanos Tsitsipas, and the likes is actually getting paid in order to half-ass at his job, and that he is so disrespectful to anyone who's not in the top 10 or whatever.
I was chuckling at a comment from Ghost in the chat. Wawrinka has leveled things up, so it's one set all in his match against Manarino. A few new people, it seems to me, in the chat. Billy, I think I might have seen you before, but if I haven't, please do hit the subscribe button, and you'll get the pleasure of seeing that little ticker go over. And somebody on Twitter, excuse me, but my whatever language that is in terms of your name, I don't speak it, but someone's saying in English, fortunately, do you reckon Steph can pull this back, miss the first game, 5 games of the first set? Well, firstly, Damien in particular, but to some extent myself, did have some thoughts that this could be a tough day for Stefanos, let's say, and the first set does bear that out.
I woke up feeling the upset. That's what I'm going to say. I'm still going for it. I believe in it.
Well, of course you are.
And
you're not change your mind. Not now.
I don't usually boast about predictions, but we do this at one of the sites that I'm working for. We do this like group predictions for every match at the slams, and it basically works like this. So you have usually free writers just giving like a brief comment on the match and who do you think will win and in how many sets. So I believe on this match I went Bergs in 5, whereas the other 2 went Tsitsipas in 3. So if I win, it's going to be a personal win for me as well.
But wasn't the Bergs in 5? The thing is, Bergs in 5 means he's probably going to have to come through some mental battles.
I mean, I don't care if it's in 5 or 4 or 3. If it's in 3, even better.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Billy's not. I thought this was about me, but I think now, actually, bearing in mind what we were just saying, it's obviously about McEnroe. But Ghosty, as much as I found this amusing, let me try to explain. Is that I think the casual fan who tunes in for 2 weeks to Wimbledon on the BBC coverage, where John is prominent for the first 10 days, I think, before switching over to ESPN for the last couple. He is pretty popular, even among people that didn't really like him as a player. And I'm thinking about my mum here. She didn't like him as a player, but she thought he was quite a good commentator because he does sort of do the basics. And with a bit of charisma,
I think he's actually really good for a more casual audience. It's just really when you start thinking about what he says about the players, you have a lot of respect for when you start like, nah. But I still like the guy in a way. I think he has a lot of charisma, of course, and I just don't really like how he's doing at this job, at this particular avenue. But I can't say that I've gotten rid of all admiration for the guy, unlike Keen for Kyrgios, apparently.
He's in Australia, and I believe it's the first time in 4 years. By the way, Zizou Bergs is taking an extremely lengthy break here. And there's a lot of walkie-talkie stuff going on. I liked Rafa Nadal when he said walkie-talkie of the day, just because it's such a... He's obviously
I'm not talking about you, Ghosty, when I say casual, by the way. Like, you are a hardcore tennis fan. You definitely are in that other group.
Stefanos chatting to his box. But I wonder what's being said here between him and his... Oh, it's in Greek, so there's no point in me going to turn it up to see what's being said.
What's your answer to this, by the way? Who is your guy's dream mixed doubles partner and why?
Just a quick thing. Do you need time to think about this one, or have you got one to give me straight away? I've got another
I can say something. I mean, as a teenager, I would probably have said Ana Ivanovic. You might guess the reason why. But right now,
Rafa Nadal has asked this question, and Rafa Nadal's been in a long-term relationship for 20 years, and this is 10 years ago, and he went Anna Kournikova and started giggling.
Okay, that makes sense as well. That was a little before my time, but of course, I do remember her and the online email viruses as well. But Ana Ivanovic, I would have said as a teenager. Right now, I'd probably go for something more tennis-wise. Since I'm not great at doubles, I would choose like a proper doubles player. Let's say Sue Siet, for example.
Laura Siegemund. I can't say anything else, She's going to have to carry me. She's going to have to carry me all the way to that final.
To that United Cup title, yeah.
well, UK Germany is not going to work unless
you could play for Germany at this point.
German citizenship, yeah, perhaps.
They would allow you to play for Germany at this point.
Yeah, especially as I do tend to curse in tennis in German. It's just one or two words.
Yeah. Maximilian Marterer would be once again nominated with Laura Siegemund to play the tie, and then John Cilic steps in.
There was also a point which is very British oriented, but I will address it because I think I can. Somebody talking about John Inverdale. He's a presenter of various different sports coverage in the UK. And Sean, I've actually seen John Inverdale like close up, as in like it was about 20 years ago, and he was presenting the world's strongest man. And it happened to be taking place in the same hotel that I was staying in 20 odd years ago. Do you know the world's strongest man, Damien? You know what this competition is?
Yeah. I mean, it was super popular in Poland at some point.
Yeah. There would normally be some huge Polish guy involved.
Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Mercedes won in
it's like the one of the goats, literally, of the sport is Polish, yeah.
And so John Inverdale is this sort of, listen, I mean this in the nicest possible way, John, and if you're ever up for presenting an episode of Talking Tennis, you're more than welcome. But he is a kind of sort of B or C sort of sport guy, as in like you don't see him presenting the World Cup final or the FA Cup final or the Wimbledon final, but you know they'll shove him on court 14 and give him a microphone, or when the world's strongest man is happening, they'll send him off there or whatever. And that's where he's at. So, but I saw him presenting the world's strongest man, and I sort of just said hello, just because I just knew him as a famous person, and I'm just the non-famous person walking past him. But he's quite small, and he also compared. He did this intro, which was probably written for him, but he said, "You know what it's like when you go to the supermarket and you've got all those bags of shopping, and you're on the way back home, like you've got a 1 mile walk all the way home with all that bags of shopping. This is exactly like the world's strongest man," he said. Yeah.
I get what you mean about the B.
There must be someone in Poland that they just
definitely there are. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you the names because they won't give you anything anyway. But like, yeah, there are like literally commentators of like every random sport, because when they don't have someone for that particular sport, they just throw them in and they have to just come up with something, you know. And then it's a mess. Keen, when you said that Camila Giorgi thing, I was thinking of Santiago Rodriguez Taverna and his potential reaction. Although I don't know if they're together anymore. In fact, I don't think so, but maybe he still has some feelings for her. And in fact, World's Strongest Man, like sometimes I think about this competition because it was actually like crazy popular in Poland for a while. Everyone literally, it would be on like this one major TV channel. I think it was like maybe 3 p.m. on Saturday, and like half of Poland would sit down to watch it. It wasn't live. It was just like a reel maybe of sorts, but like literally half of Poland would be watching World's Strongest Man. And that's crazy to me, because right now no one cares. Like you're not gonna find it on any TV station anymore. But because Mariusz Pudzianowski was so big, in fact, I think he's like literally like one of the goats of the sport. He just made the sport uber popular in Poland for a while.
Atmani has retired in the 4th set.
Yeah,
he was down 2-1 on a break. And 40 love as well. So. Pity that's how it finished. But there we go. I mean, Medvedev will just be relieved and pleased to be into the next round, especially as he lost the first set. We said he's through in 4 sets. Thank you for that as well, that update, Gene. Gene is watching in South Africa. So I guess it's probably the same time zone as you, Damien. I don't know. Or maybe it's GMT even. It's very similar to Europe anyway.
Yeah, it must be similar to Europe. I will know more about it, or like not South Africa, but about Rwanda in March or February, because there's going to be a couple of challengers in Kigali. The altitude clay Challenger 50s. Yeah, that's pretty exciting. Of course, South Africa as a whole hasn't really been used too much on the Challenger circuit. Tunis is still there. A couple of years ago, there was Potchefstroom in South Africa. But there used to be some Moroccan events as well, but something like Rwanda is definitely unprecedented. Rwanda did hold a couple of 25Ks last year, I think, so they are like upping the game from ITF 25K to Challenger 50. Now Zizou Bergs is kind of flopping though. The drop shot that he was executing so well, and it's like the exact same motion. He misses it to go 2 breakpoints down.
He also, in the first game, although it was on Steph's serve, so it didn't seem quite so significant, fluffed a drop shot attempt into the net. Gene is asking about Steph's back. I think it's looked okay. There was one point when he was sat down, I think maybe at 6-5 after he'd just been broken. And I just started to think about his back as he was staying into the distance. But if it was an issue, he's not the guy who goes off court for 7 minutes at the end of the first set. He's just sat there waiting. So, I mean, it's something that he may well get asked in press afterwards, whether he wins or loses. I would hope that someone would ask him. But so in answer to your question, Gene, I think, oh yeah, I'm watching that drop shot, by the way. It's barely made the net. My stream keeps freezing, so I'm kind of almost up to date. I'm not far behind, but then suddenly I'll end up being a few steps behind. We've got a second serve here for Bergs at 15:40. And there weren't too many breakpoint chances. Oh, that was a chance on the return there for Steph. There's been no clutching of the back anyway, put it that way.
No. I mean, we haven't seen anything to suggest it. But then at the same time, when he had it at the United Cup, did we also see any like
nothing obvious
indicators? Like nothing super obvious, right? So I think even if he is struggling, we wouldn't really know by now, I would assume.
South Africa tournaments, there should be, even if there aren't. I mean,
yeah, Potchefstroom was held like twice or something. I think Bonzi won one edition, Brooksby won this on the court. It also was held in 2020, but that was the week when Challenger tennis and tennis as a whole was stopped midweek. So Potchefstroom and Nur Sultan were actually not finished. But yeah, there were 3 challengers in South Africa in recent years.
Everybody tuning in, please do hit the like button.
I'm laughing because someone on my Twitter commented that Korda seems to always get scared when playing checks. He lost to a Hedgehog to 6-1-6 last week. I don't know what is his record against checks. Do you remember something more? Vesely, I guess, right? At Wimbledon as well.
How did Zizou lose that point? Just get it in. Probably, make him ask a question on the backhand side, and then put the volley away. Anyway, break point again for Stefanos, his third one of the game. Yes. It's just go to the backhand when you're in trouble on the serve. Must be so annoying for Stefanos.
Someone on my Twitter as well. This is just a golden wave of comments, but has also said that Tsitsipas, his backhand is watery and he should be holding the racket with both hands. I think it's a bit late for that, but yeah, of course it is an idea. Yeah, so Korda has a 3-2 record against fellow Czechs right now, and of course the 2 losses that he has, I mentioned. I don't know. Fellow Czechs, I said, of course. He's not Czech. He's representing the United States, but, well, he is of Czech origin, of course.
Yeah. I saw you tweeting about Kyle Edmund, just because Keen's asking about it.
Yeah. He won the title today. I watched more of Pavelski this week than Edmund, but still caught a bit of Edmund in Loughborough. Very stacked ITF. I think it's clearly the best week of Edmund that we've had in a while. He beat Glinka, a very good win at this level, I think. Jay Clark, who's returning to form. Fausto Tabaco, probably one of the weaker results. Lots of weaker opponents that he had, but then also Pavelski and Charles Broom in the semis. So, yeah, I think that was a pretty excellent round for sure. And physically as well, he seems to be really strong. He was holding up well against Collignon as well the week before, and now he won like three setters in a row this week. So, yeah, I think that this is one of the best weeks that he's had basically since the injuries.
And Stefanos breaks in a kind of an unusual point.
Yeah. Let's see the replay, but I think he did do it okay. Yeah, he doesn't touch anything. Yeah, Zizou was like a little confused, but he doesn't touch anything. So, of course, that requires quite a lot of precision there. Honestly, when I saw that volley from Zizou, and it was like once it was in the air, it was pretty clear that this was going to happen, and I was just thinking, the net cord. Now this, I mean, Tsitsipas is just going to be so furious if he loses a point like that. I want to.
I don't know if you mentioned it, but Mensik won the first set of a Shapovalov.
I didn't, but yeah, I think it's just going to be a very easy match. Just put the Mensik serve against the Shapovalov return right now, and Zizou getting a little tight with these backhands, but with these drop shots now. But what I was trying to say is that I was playing like a month ago. I was playing a table tennis event and I actually won a point like this. So the way it happened is that in table tennis you can hit the ball with your hand as well, like with the palm of your hand, with your basically until the wrist, it's fine. But it has to be the playing hand, of course. It can't be the other one, right? It has to be the playing hand. So basically, if you miss hits and it hits your thumb, it hits your finger, whatever, yes, that's fine. I guess the rule exists because with the shake hand grip, you pretty much, it happens pretty often. And basically, I didn't even hit it with my finger. I hit it with it like very close to my wrist. And it was this huge lob, which landed in and then went straight back to my side with the opponent having no chance to catch it. Thankfully, I was leading like 2-0 and 9-5 or something like that. So the guy was just laughing. That was one of the most hilarious points I won for sure.
Ghosty here is asking, and I think it applies to both sports, both table tennis and tennis. And I think the answer is yes, you're allowed to reach over the net as long as you don't touch it.
Yeah. You are allowed to reach over the net, but of course, only if the ball first bounced on your side of the court.
Right. So if you were at the net,
over the net,
passing shot, and somehow, which is almost
you cannot.
Never gonna happen.
You cannot. No, it happens a lot actually in doubles when like there's a passing shot coming your way, and then you try to just clinch it, on top of the net, and then you reach over. Like that is a mistake that players do sometimes. Okay. Yes. But in both cases, you are only allowed to reach over the net if the ball first bounced on your side and then is coming back. Then yes, of course. Then you are, because otherwise, how would you win the point? Otherwise, you have no other way of winning the point. But it of course has to bounce first.
Keen asking, were you surprised Polman's got a wild card compared to someone younger, for example? I'm not sure which younger people could have been, but I guess Millman is the one that most people have been shouting about, but of course that's not someone younger.
Polmans is relatively young still, like 26 or something. He did get back to like a proper level, I guess, after an injury. I don't really mind that. Pretty much, I would say that he is still in that sort of range where you can easily give him a wild card, and it's not a weird choice at all. I think that a lot of the younger guys, they were probably more fit for now for a qualies wild card. I think Milman, yes, that's one thing, and also another maybe Schoolkate was ready. I wonder if Sweeney maybe was also a choice, but of course no one could have expected that he qualifies and then wins 2 sets against Cerundolo. So I think Polmans is fine. I think he is young enough for it to make sense. Like if it was given to Duckworth made the, I guess Duckworth got the wildcard as well, right? But like if it was given to Polmans when he is 30 and when he is sort of at James Duckworth's age and still doesn't have the results that Duckworth is producing, then I would say it's weird. But for now, when he's like 26 or whatever, I think he's still in the range that where it makes sense to give him a wild card.
These net approaches from Bergs got to be a thing that he's doing as much as he can. Because I thought he was going to get caught out again there, but he's got lovely touch there.
Have I ever seen someone tanking in ping pong? I mean, it happens sometimes that you're like 0-9 down and you just decide to throw away the last points of the set or something. Although no, if you're 0-9, then you don't want to lose to 0, right? When you're like 2-9 down or something. I've had a match before when I was maybe 3-8 down or something like that, and we were going into the decider if I lose this set, and I just threw away the next 3 points because I didn't want to give my opponent any rhythm. So I've done that in the past, sort of tactically, but I don't know if it's pretty common. I think for the most part, when it's just like 0-11, the sets are short enough where it's kind of not worth it. Like even when I'm down, I don't know, 2-10, I'm still thinking, well, this is actually sort of like, if I just manage to make a lot of balls and they start missing, it doesn't have to be over yet. Which in tennis, I guess it works a little different, because if you're like love 5, love 30 down, you probably know that you're not going to be winning the set. You're going to have to like make up at least like twice as much, advantage, lead, compared to the set in table tennis. So I guess it's less common because of that, I would assume. But I have tanked on purpose in the past a few points. Yeah, for sure.
Medvedev on-court speech says he didn't know much about Atman. Heard from some guys that he had a better forehand than backhand, and he missed like 3 backhands all match. So thanks very much for that one. Yeah. By the way, Bergs did have a break point, and that drop shot is going to work. Is it? Yes, it is. I think it's the 6th successful one for Bergs in this match. So there's a thing going on here with the drop shots too. I don't know if he's been more successful. Probably, I have a feeling that he's messed up 3 or 4 times and executed 6 successfully. So that seems to be a thing as well. And he's got another break point, I think, here.
Yeah, there was a streak of a few that he missed, but now he tries to pick this return up early. It's actually a pretty good second serve from Steph, just at the body of Bergs, and it gets him a short ball.
Bergs' team. Do we know anything about it? Zizou Bergs' team.
Yeah, there's this coach. What is his name? He was also working with Ruben Bemelmans, the retired Belgian player who was in the top 100 for a while. He basically stopped playing around like the grass season of last year, I think, and then started coaching Zizou instead. The grass season of 2022, and then started coaching Zizou. And then there's also like this other guy, I can't remember his name, but Bemelmans is definitely like the main star of the coaching box, given he was also a popular Belgian player. I think maybe peaked at like 85 in the rankings. I'm going to check that, but 84. I wasn't far off. I think he was actually on my screen just a second ago as well. Do many people play doubles in ping pong? Like personally, I very rarely play it, but yeah, it is at every single professional event really. So but yeah, there's a different rule, of course, that you have to alternate between shots, right? So that's why the table does not have to be extended. This is sort of the issues between like who is gonna hit now. They would come up a lot, but they don't, because people have to alternate between shots. So yeah, it's a very different game. Like literally in doubles, you have some crazy upsets at amateur events. As I said, I rarely play it. I play it like once every year or something like that. But even like I can beat some much better singles players in doubles, because they also don't really practice it all that much. And yeah, it just becomes a very random format, which of course we see in tennis as well on a regular basis at the pro level as well, right? That it just becomes a much more random format, and the actual skill set of yours doesn't matter all that much. But me, I don't actually consider myself too strong a doubles player. Definitely not.
Stefanos holds in the end. It's a big hold for Stefanos as well. 3-love now, having fended off some break points. Also, I think with table tennis, sort of doubles is, when I play, it's kind of, I mean, I guess in tennis too, but it does feel like more of a fun thing. Like when you're with friends, anyways, when it's singles, it sort of feels like you want to win.
You don't practice it pretty much, and you just sort of enter
that
it.
That alternate thing can make some funny moments, and listen, it's quite tricky sometimes to find 4 people of a similar level, so you probably can't take it too seriously. Often you'll find that one partner is much stronger than the other, and then that's my experience anyway. Maybe it's just because I don't know 10 evenly matched table tennis players.
Yeah, I even won a medal once in doubles in table tennis, but it was at the very end of the event, and everyone went home already. It was a like a university thing, and there were just 4 pairs, so we got bronze. Yes.
That was a really good bit of balance there from Stefanos to make sure he doesn't fall
Yeah.
into the net. A little
It
pirouette.
requires super precise movement. I think when it comes to just how close he was to the net with his feet, it was okay. It actually wasn't that tough, but just making it over the net and then back without touching it.
And it was break point as well, I think.
I
think it was the one that won them game to break Zizou's serve.
Yeah, actually, it could have been. Yeah, I think so. And basically, this is also a case where like there's a lot of controversial calls always, right? Because as long as we don't have video review, the umpires are gonna struggle with calls like this.
Yeah, although on this one, I think you got it dead right.
No, I mean on this one it was perfectly fine. And the tricky thing is that you also have to be watching 2 things at the same time if you're the umpire, because you have to see the balance between the second bounce and the moment when the player potentially commits some sort of an error. So like if the ball, of course, has bounced twice already, then he can touch the net, right? So sometimes these 2 things happen pretty much simultaneously. And then how do you watch both if you're the umpire? I mean, you cannot look that way and that way at the same time. So this is definitely these things are one of the trickiest to call. And in doubles, that situation that I mentioned, where like someone is trying to cut off a passing shot at the net and reaches over the net, this always leads to some controversy if it's called or even if it's not called. So this would of course get a lot better with video review. This is one of the things that video review could definitely improve.
This Jarry match is coming to a boil right now with 5-6 in the decider. Jarry's serving, so he's still on serve. Yeah,
Jarry was actually serving up a break earlier. I saw. So.
Okay.
In the 5th, I mean, right? So.
I mean, that would be.
Yeah, he lost his serve at 5-4. I guess I'm gonna switch over to that for a while.
Yeah, switch over because so when he was serving for the match, he
was serving for the match. Yes.
That would be a disappointing loss, I would suggest.
For who, Jarry? Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good on all 3 surfaces. Is that fair to say for Jarry? I mean, obviously winning titles in Chile on clay, and I think he did very well on grass against Carlos Alcaraz, for example, at Wimbledon. And he's decent enough. I saw him a bit during the Asian swing doing quite well on the hard courts there. Just broken in the top 20. I don't know where he was ranked at the beginning of last year, but it feels like he crept up the rankings.
Outside the top 100.
Yeah.
Maybe around 140, 130-ish.
Oh, wow. So 130, 140 in before the Australian Open last year.
Yeah, more or less. I think it was either after Rio or after Santiago, even that he ended up breaking the top. Well, not breaking, but getting back into the top 100.
I'm guessing Ghost is watching this particular match because he says the angle on court 13 is not ideal.
Is that Koboli Jarry or?
Yeah.
Because I'm not even sure. Okay. I have to see the angle because I don't remember what it is, even though I just watched the point. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. A little too high for me. I'm definitely over the. I always prefer lower. You can see more shape on the shots instead of it being just like a bit of a one-dimensional thing. It's not as bad though as Cincinnati was one year, or the Louis Armstrong Stadium in at the US Open. For a while, that was also like absolutely horrific.
Oh, did that work? I think it landed in. Yeah. I'm watching Bergs Tsitsipas. It's another drop shot from Bergs, and it was nearly a drop shot that went out, like in the tram line, which probably shouldn't happen. But anyway, it didn't, so it's okay.
This is interesting. So Flash Score is telling me that Ben Shelton has already beaten Bautista Agut, but they're actually still playing. and Ben Shelton is leading 6-5. This happened recently as well with a match. I can't. I know what it was. It was a Fognini Bautista Agut, also a Bautista Agut match. Interestingly, Valencia final, when in the second set, Flash Score said that Bautista Agut has won 2-0, but actually it was Fognini who managed to come back and win it in 3 hours.
That was during Davis Cup, was it? Maybe that tournament.
That was the penultimate week of the Challenger season, so yes.
I'd love to get to get the to be allowed to do Challenger tennis on the channel, and it might sound far-fetched, but I think Punto de Break have had a little sniff at maybe doing Challenger coverage. So
that's
that
why
you
you
can
were
share.
asking me about a certain thing a couple of days ago.
Might have been. Oh, might well have been. Yes,
Yeah.
it might well have been the motivation for that. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
listen,
I did ask once about this, not in relation to talking tennis, and obviously the answer was no.
And yeah, I think Punto de Break have it's not. I don't think it's happened yet, but they're not. They have been close to it. Let's say.
But they would have to pay something. I mean,
no. Actually, the other way around slightly. Wait, I only know the basics. But yeah, and of course, talking tennis wouldn't pay for. But lovely return from Bergs there to go love 15. He did hold on to his serve as well, despite facing some break points in the previous game. Yeah.
And Kobol just won 7-5.
Oh, he's dearie me. And a racket smash is that, as he Ghost is saying, from Jarry, not from Kaboli.
Yeah, it wasn't a happy racket from Kaboli. It was that usual disappointed type of racket smash.
Has anyone celebrated with a racket smash?
I don't know. I think it's theoretically possible.
I mean,
I can imagine just, I don't know, beating Stefanos Tsitsipas in the opening round of a slam and then being like, yeah, sure.
Zizou Bergs just tried another drop shot, and this one did indeed land in the tram line.
I'm watching that 5-4 game when Jarry was serving for the match now, but
okay.
He was even 30 all at some point.
Okay, he didn't get match points though.
No. He lost to 30.
Nice return there again.
Yeah, 4 unforced errors pretty much.
Oh.
But at least some nice intensity from Kaboli to keep fighting. And it seems like just as the Chilean crowd was pretty huge, the Italian one as well. So there's indeed pretty much every nationality, every
Italian's a big thing
group of supporters
in Melbourne. Yeah, Croatian is a big thing there too, and I wasn't aware of it until more recently. But yeah, Serbian apparently as well.
Apparently, everyone is there. So
Lebanese, I can testify for that community in Sydney at least. Anyway, another decent return from Bergs. It's probably he's gone for a drop shot. This one hasn't been a winner, but you should have won that point, Zizou. $40-30. Good win for Shelton. Gene is suggesting he's won in straight sets, has he then finally? So maybe the flash score was...
Yes, now he won it, yes. 7-5 in the third.
And now they're at deuce. Of course, there is a... oh, he let this one. Okay, yes, a lovely, just inside the baseline shot that Stefanos looks at very disappointingly. Not a fan of Stefanos' outfit, I have to say. A white and light green combo. Ooh, another good return. And it's a break point. Forcing the error from Stefanos. It's reminding me of some Djokovic returns at Nadal's feet, this one.
And one of the sort of score tweeting accounts I see has actually they just didn't catch the error and believed that Shelton actually won and tweeted out the score from Flash Score. I'm not a fan of that in general.
What you mean?
People score tweeting. People score tweeting.
So the match finishes and someone says, and Stefanos Tsitsipas has won.
Yeah, like literally, that's it. That's the end of the story, and that's it. Because you have nothing interesting to say anyway. Because of course you clearly weren't watching the match. I mean, you clearly weren't.
Sometimes I do it when I'm at the match, and I've got my finger on the button just because I do know that I'm breaking the news, probably, especially if I'm in Monastir before most.
You were watching the match at least,
Yeah, so I highlight Monastir just because you probably know that not everyone is watching Mertens against Paolini. Oh, you lucky Bergs. He got another lucky net cord. Shelton and Djokovic are on course for 4th round.
Yeah.
It's the one out of the first 5 matches that you would look at as for Novak, is that if it happens, of course, but it's the one that could be interesting, I think. I don't see Tsitsipas or Rublev as a possible court. Who are his potential court? I think Tsitsipas is... No, it won't be Tsitsipas or Rublev. It'll be Tsitsipas or someone else as his potential quarterfinalist. Neither of which should fill anyone with fear anyway. Do you think Bergs has got a better chance of beating Novak than Tsitsipas?
Nah, I probably can't say that. I wish I could, but I don't think I can.
4-1 now, Stefanos. Just watching the match point there for Shelton. It's a lovely match point. RBA. I wonder where we're at now with him and his career. I mean, it might just be one that we would go back and go, well, Wimbledon semi-finalist. What are his other sort of... Has he won a Masters 1000 RBA?
RBA? I don't think he's had a final. Oh, he's had a final in Shanghai, sorry, 2016. But yeah, he definitely hasn't won one.
35 years old.
Yeah, I was talking about it, I think, on the Djokovic Prismic match, maybe, or somewhere like in the past couple of days, actually, where I was just saying that for one thing, like Bautista Agut, of course, is pretty likely to get hit with the physical decline because it's a big part of his game. And also he has to cover that forehand corner so well if he's basically standing on his backhand side for 90% of the time. But what I was trying to say is that, yeah, like he kind of maximized his abilities. But then when I started thinking about it, has he? Like you still could see him in like a more, one more slam semi or yeah, winning an ATP 1000. He's definitely good enough for these things. I mean, that ship has sailed, needless to say. It's like more so the thing of like, are you going to be in the top 100 at the end of this year, maybe? even. But yeah, especially as now we gotta be a bit worried, I guess, for him. And I actually just tweeted that as well, because January, February, this is usually his strongest, right? There are these stats like that people have, compiled about Bautista Agut, like basically having a wonderful record in January in all these pre-warm-up event, pre-Australian Open events, decent one at the Australian Open as well. These events like Doha, right? This is usually where he's the strongest, and then he sort of falls off at the end of the year. If he's not winning now in January, then will he be winning later on? I don't know. Well, this is becoming a bit of a throwaway set for Bergs, but of course it doesn't really matter if you lose it 1-6 or 3-6.
He had chances to break 1 or 2 games ago.
Yeah, and that was kind of the last moment, it seemed, the last call.
A horrible drop shot again there from Bergs. It feels more like 50-50 again now.
But of course, a serve to the backhand.
Yeah. Tie break here for David to win the match. It's on serve at 4-3. So any physical issues he may have been suffering in the second set, at least in terms of the scoreboard, appear to be overcome.
Stan might be getting 2-1 lead as well on Manarino.
Okay.
So still holding up.
Yes, serving for it, although 15-30. But yeah, serving for that third set.
Yeah, lots of women's matches going on right now as well, but honestly, nothing of note, I would say. Although Alexandrova Siegemund in the third set at 4-all, 30-all.
I think she was a breakdown. She was a breakdown louder in that third set. So louder Siegemund was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alexandrova, I would say, is also a bit of a weird player because, well, she had a good run just before the Australian Open, but do you expect her to like produce it as well in Melbourne? Like so and so, right? I mean, before last year, she actually had a pretty horrible record at the slams. Then she finally started making like 4th rounds and such. And Zizou double faults to go down 1-5. So as I said, I mean, this set is just over. Write it off and start again. I have this book on
horrible double fault as well. Horrible second serve.
I have this book on like post-punk music, and I think it's called "Rip It Up and Start Again." So that's pretty much what Zizou Bergs can do.
Popperin has won in straight sets, so sets up a match with Djokovic in a day or two from now.
The only battle there, but there was only one favorite, of course. Duckworth, Popperin, Djokovic. Sounds like they might have, right? I mean, I have this match in my mind, but I don't remember that in like where it was.
I remember he played Nadal. I remember.
No, I'm like dead certain he played Popperin. I just don't know the event.
Who did Popperin lose to painfully at the Davis Cup? It was like a painful loss.
Matteo Arnaldi.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, here we go. So it's 1-0. The ATP website delivering. And it's 1-0.
Yeah, I know they played. Wait.
Oh, sorry. Did you hear what I said?
No, I wouldn't have said Tokyo. No, never mind.
Yeah, 2019, so it was a while ago.
No, I wouldn't have said Tokyo. Yeah, that's the year when like Djokovic played Tokyo a bit out of nowhere. I remember that, but I didn't remember he played Popperin. No, I think maybe Milman was in the final there or something like that.
Wow.
Against Djokovic, or I'm not sure about that honestly. Maybe it was.
I didn't know Popperin's brother was also a pro tennis player.
What's his name?
Mr. Popperin.
No, but like seriously, I don't know if I know that. Like, if you tell me that,
I don't know, but it's just Keen saying in the chat.
Oh, that's the very young guy. Yeah, he played some events last year. Oh Jesus, yeah, I know. I remember that now.
I don't think that's his name. His name
was. No, it's not Jesus. Anthony. Okay, yeah, he played some events. I definitely was talking about it with Keen last year. That's why. Especially when you said Keen. Yeah, something on A, definitely. Yeah.
Anthony, yeah.
It's
Alejandro.
It starts with A, and I think it is Anthony.
Alejandro. Jane is obviously very pumped because he is through. ADF is through in straight sets over Lestienne. And yeah, Tsitsipas here at 30 all against Bergs. He was 15-30 down.
Yeah, Anthony Popyrin basically became a story last year because he played like one challenger qualifying, and he also played their doubles with Popyrin. So that's why we know of him, because otherwise he doesn't really have anything of note. I don't think he has been ranked in singles either. So
set point Stefanos Tsitsipas. We will also be bringing you Garcia against Osaka in a few hours. And we're also going to do Swiatek Kenin tomorrow night, I think it is.
Yeah. Pavlyuchenkova Vekic has already started as well, so we'll get to see if she can really deliver. But I guess I just haven't been too impressed with Donna recently, so that's why I would be going Pavlyuchenkova there. Actually, she's a pretty sizable favorite, Pavlyuchenkova.
Is she?
Yeah, like it's a bit much even, I think, but I did think that, as you know, as I said earlier, that she should be, but just not by that much maybe. Wawrinka 2-1 up indeed. It's started being finally a little slower on the men's side, because for a while it was like 10 matches. Today is basically the heaviest day of the event anyway.
If you beat Novak Djokovic, right? So if you're Alexei Popyrin and you beat Novak Djokovic, or if you're Dino even yesterday and you beat Novak Djokovic,
yes,
you do have to think from that moment onwards, I can win the Australian Open.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, it's 6 or 5 matches more.
Of course it is. Yeah. It's not that I'm going to, but you have to. I know it's. What are the odds on Popyrin doing it? So what we sort of looking at, 1 in 10,
500s. What against Djokovic?
Yeah, just winning that match.
I thought about winning the title. No, it must be like 20, I think.
Really? As long as that?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd say that's not a bad bet. Then I know Djokovic is basically unbeatable in Rod Laver, but
let me see how much it was with Prismic. But like, if it was 20 with Prismic, then okay, it's gonna be a little closer with Popyrin.
Yeah.
But well, 26, 25 with Prismic, something like that.
Really, was it that much?
Yeah.
One said all that.
I even see. I mean, of course, it depends on the bookies, and especially when the odds are this high, the jump can be quite huge, right? Because it doesn't really matter if it's like a 1 in 33 or 1 in 32. So, for example, Bet at Home had it at 15, but there were also bookies who had it at like almost 40. So, yeah, I would say 20 against Popyrin, maybe 15 is probably what it's going to be.
But anyway, I know it's all.
It's best of 5, and it makes a big difference, basically. Yeah.
But if you're Alexei Popyrin and you win that match, I think you have to, because you're in the third round, right? So it's only 4 matches more, third, fourth, 5 matches more. And you're probably thinking that if I produce that level, assuming it's a good level, then I can get to the semis. And you might not even face Jannik Sinner in the semis. You might not.
You might not, but it's still so far away. Like, it's still 5 or 6 matches. So maybe if there's like a hint in you that, okay, like I beat the best guy, I beat the title favorite, maybe I can win it. I think it's not like an instant thought, really. And yes, Keen, I get what you mean about
Australian.
If
you're Australian, I think you might be thinking that you might be dreaming it.
Dreaming. I mean, you're probably dreaming it from the get-go, maybe then even. But actually, no. Like in an event like this, I think probably 90% of the players don't really think about winning the title, even if they will tell you that the plan is to do it. Yeah, Keen, I totally get what you mean. Like, I do have some sympathy a lot of the time, especially I think it depends on the reasoning. Like, if it's someone like Dmitry Popko, who just sort of spits in all our faces and just basically shows that he doesn't care, and I don't know what he does it for, because he's also like a bit of a, well, no one has ever really gotten, I guess, close to him or like gotten anything like a big interview from him, right? So I don't know what his reasoning is. Of course, you're also not going to ask him about the fixing, because then you might be, face some consequences or whatever. But basically what I'm trying to say is he kind of seems to me like a guy who just does it, I don't know, to get money and like some of the fixes that he's had, especially the retirement due to dizziness against Druvamulje. I think still Druvamulje's only challenger win in doubles, of course. Like, yeah, no. For him, I have no sympathy. However, if someone does it like to maintain his dream, right? If he's like, okay, so if I fix now, then for the next 2 months with that money, I can keep driving around events and I can keep myself, on the professional tour, then yeah, I have sympathy for that. Yeah. Even if I still don't find it, of course, a respectable thing to do, I do have some, at least, degree of sympathy for that. Yes.
Zizou 15-40. Tsitsipas winning 6 of the last 7 games, of course, trying to go 7 and 8, 7 from 8. Oh, lovely, lovely, lovely. 30-40. Heavy service game, feels like a battle right now, though, for Zizou.
Yep. And he's also drop shotting like on half the points. Not to say drop. No, never mind.
I mean, Stefanos' return there is super deep. And it didn't work. So, Stefanos Tsitsipas now breaks for 1-love at the beginning of the 3rd set.
Also, this was like a bit of a bailout as well, that drop shot. Like, I wonder if Zizou is not feeling it physically a little bit again. Maybe it's like both mental and physical, but like the intensity of this match, he kind of lost it in the 2nd set, maybe around that time when he had the points to break back, and so far hasn't recovered it. He would really hope to like get back on to the terms that he had in the opening set, where he's just they're all winning their games easily, and yeah, it's like a very different pace and momentum, I guess, of the match. But apparently also there was something interesting with Jari in the last game, because he was 30 love up at 5-6 in the 3rd set. Then he received a point penalty after a ball fell out of his pocket, because it was the second time in the match.
Ghosty mentioned that in the chat earlier. It kind of got missed in the maelstrom of various things happening all at the same time.
That's interesting. Initially, I read that was in the 5th set, which of course would have been huge, but
it was when he was serving a stay in the match. Yeah.
Speaking of John McEnroe shade, we've got Tyson Kwiatkowski, of course. He's playing in Indian Wells this week, a challenger, or at least today's Sunday or Monday. I got lost. Monday. So this week he's playing a challenger 50 in Indian Wells. No, it's Sunday. Well, it's Monday morning. Okay, never mind. Anyway, he's playing a challenger 50 in Indian Wells this week. Tyson Kwiatkowski has just tweeted this. Insane to me that time and time again, Jay McEnroe goes on air and just admits he has zero clue who a player is. Today, Bergs, 120 ATP, just says to the world, hey guys, I've done zero research for my job and I'm just going to disrespect someone who's top 150 in the world at a job. Yep.
How is his surname spelled? Makowski?
Kwiatkowski, like Kwiatkowski, like the Polish.
I know, yeah.
Polish version of it. He has some Polish ancestry, although he also has Vietnamese ancestry. He's like But yeah, that's of course a tweet I very much agree with from Phi. Well, one set sort of to throw away, that was fine, right? But the second one, that would already be like a fair bit of trouble for Zizou. But
oh yeah.
But it's not about being an encyclopedia, Ghosty. Like, if you are assigned for a match, you should know who you're talking about. He's not doing this on like a win. Like they're not just saying, "Oh, John, you're commentating now." He knows it way in advance that he's going to be doing a Zizou Bergs match, and there's a ton of work that he could do beforehand. So, I mean, he's basically just telling the whole world, "I don't care. I'm still going to have this job because I was a famous tennis player." And it's disgusting. It's absolutely effing disgusting. And it happens probably in other sports as well, that the former greats don't care. But who the hell knows? I mean, the guy is basically just getting paid for half-assing his job, and he doesn't even have the decency to hide it. He just straight up comes out and says that he doesn't know who he's talking about. I'm not expecting John McEnroe to wake up today and watch the Buenos Aires final between Dimitri Popko and Gonzalo Bueno. I'm not saying that. It's definitely not a requirement. But if you know you're going to be commentating on a match, no. No, it actually wasn't the Kwiatkowski's tweet that sparked that conversation. But I can talk about John McEnroe and his disdain for challenger players all day long. So anyway, Clearly, we won't agree about that, but
well, it's funny because Ghosty was very critical of John McEnroe earlier, so he's switched. John, is German coffee good? I know Damien doesn't drink it, so it's all right. I mean, the standard of coffee in Germany, I think, is the way to put it. It seems to be okay to me. I'm sure Italians and French would be turning in their graves if they were indeed dead at that comment. But no, I'd say it's pretty good. Better than Spain. And again, the Spanish will go do their nutting when they hear me say this, but the Spanish coffee just tastes either burnt or they use UHT milk, if you have milk in your coffee. But it's just dreadful.
Yeah, Zizou's not feeling too well right now, clearly. I mean, we are like 1 point away from a situation where the best bet for him would be to sleep through another set and then try to hit back in the fourth. But maybe, of course, if he wins this game, then that's not actually a thing yet. And just to briefly, also, there was this Popcorn question. It's not more annoying to me when he shows how good he can be. It's just, I really like watching him when he's focused. But as a person, I don't have a great deal of respect for him.
I don't know if John McEnroe does have a disdain for the tennis establishment. I think he's a conformist. I mean, certainly
he has a disdain for players who aren't as good as him, basically, because when he was 17, he was already regarded as a huge prospect, and he was already amazing. He basically never went through the lower tiers. And
that's a lovely forehand.
I mean, definitely no one tells him that he should know anything. Like, clearly no one says anything about it. So, I guess the employers of his are just telling him, yeah, it's fine, John. I mean, I remember that, for example, at the US Open 2019, there was the third round match between JJ Wolf and Daniil Medvedev, which was like, because it was JJ's first big run at a slam, and like everyone was actually quite excited about it. And then there's Mats Wilander, who comes out and says that he's seeing JJ Wolf for the first time. And I guess he's at least honest about it. But, I don't really think that's how it should be done, If you have a guy who doesn't know who Zizou Bergs is, don't make him commentate on his match. Just throw him into something he's more familiar with, like, I don't know, Manarino Wawrinka or whatever is there on I mean, I was just thinking of the matches that we have today, like Bautista, Agut, Shelton, the players that he would have seen in the past, whereas clearly Zizou Bergs he's not going to be too familiar with. Ronnie O'Sullivan is always like just about the other players. He says that he would be still like top 10 in the world or something. He played with if he played with the left arm, and yeah, like many other quotes like this, obviously, that the youngsters aren't really stepping up. Although he's like really, he praises Luca Brecel a lot because he plays like this very Ronnie-ish style of like, you know, aggressive snooker, not much of a tactical game, not much of a safety game, but just more so aggressive long pots and yeah, building up breaks. So he's usually very, you know. Positively, speaking very positively about Luca Brecel.
With that short ball there, Bergs didn't do enough. I mean, he probably didn't do the right thing.
Should deciding tiebreaks in 3-set matches also be 10 points? Seems more fair to me. I guess it would be more fair. I wouldn't mind that. It is a bit longer.
It would also... Oh, Zizou, what is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
I'm not feeling the upset anymore, by the way.
No.
I will have that, you know, little excuse that he doesn't seem to be doing too hot physically anymore. But I would like to see like at least some fight, you know, maybe not this set. If not this set, then the fourth, you know.
9 out of 10 games it is now.
Yeah. There was something. Oh yeah, and about the deciding tiebreaks, it definitely is like a bit of a more representative sample, right? Especially at Wimbledon, I think it just was really stupid when they were at 12 all, and it was only just best of 7 points to decide that, right? Well, best of 7 points, up to 7 points, best of 13, I suppose.
I quite like the idea of 10 points. It just gives the slams another feather. It gives it a little extra level of importance. And if you're going to do 5 sets and make it 10 points, you can't be too concerned. Yeah, I don't mind that idea. There's a far wilder ideas out there that I'm probably less on board with.
Yeah, Matthew, I fully agree with you. Like as I said earlier, I think John McEnroe is very good for maybe a different audience that I enjoy, but like maybe a different audience that I feel a part of. But he definitely is a good entertainer, and if he's doing a match of Bautista, Agut, Shelton, I think he's gonna do a fine job. It's just a matter of not putting him on matches where he clearly will have no idea what he's talking about, because it's impossible to like well, it's not impossible, but I think you're definitely not gonna have that much value commentating on a player you're seeing for the first time, because you just don't know if what they're doing today is, you know, their usual tactics, is it their usual style. Are they, you know, what sort of things they introduced in this match? Of course, sometimes you have to do it. As I said, I totally understand that when it's like, I don't know, James McCabe was playing Alex Mickelson. I think it wasn't a big enough court for anyone to commentate on it. But if that happened, I definitely would understand. But if I was assigned a James McCabe match and had never seen him play, I would try to at least, you know, catch up on highlights of like any James McCabe match and yeah, just see what he's all about, even if it would be very brief knowledge. But again, the expectation is not for John McEnroe to watch the Buenos Aires final earlier today, or the Nonthaburi final yesterday, or the 25K low Boro final where Kyle Edmund won his first title in 4 years.
Yeah, Bergs is done here in this set for sure. Shapovalov making a fist of things against Mensik at 5-all and deuce in the second set. There.
Still would be good for Menchik to get through it like pretty easily, but yeah, the main thing is that he definitely has like the huge serve advantage against the Shapovalov return, so I would expect him to keep going, and I'm so excited for Menchik to play Hurkacz already. Like that match will be legendary.
Keen asking me if,
especially when Menchik beats him. I'm feeling the upset there as well.
You think Mensik can beat Hurkacz?
Yeah.
He's got a break point now.
Yes, Keen. Of course, I was very excited. I don't even know.
I know. Just a real random question there. That's a lovely backhand winner from Bergs. But he's gone along with the backhand there, and Stefanos holds for 4-love. So that's now 11 out of 10 games.
Yeah, no unforced errors from Steph either this set, but I guess it wasn't that hard for him, given that it's mostly Zizou just getting the errors. And that's the first unforced error, of course. So once they showed the stat on the screen, I guess it was never in doubt that it was going to come pretty soon. But yeah, two sets lost like this, it's a little much.
There was a bit of dialogue between him and his coach at one point, and it may well have been related to his physical capabilities.
By the way, the Hurkacz upset, I don't know, Matthew. I was talking about Mensik, not Jasika, by the way. Because if you're thinking of Jasika Hurkacz, no, I'm not feeling the upset there. I'm feeling the upset in Mensik Hurkacz. Just to make it clear, I don't know if you actually got that or not, but just to make it clear.
By
in
the way,
which case, Mensik over Hurkacz wouldn't be that strange, I think.
There was some chat between Matthew and I think Gene, or Matthew and someone else. I think it was Gene, about getting confused between him and Matthew de Souza. And the thing is, they both have the same color for their name as well. So maybe it's just an automatic thing that YouTube does. When you type in your name, if your name begins with M, they give you the color orange. So both of them are called Matthew, and both of them, of course, have an M, and they're both orange as well. So that's what kind of makes it a bit even more confusing.
Hubi hasn't played yet. Yes, Ghosty. I am talking about a potential Hurkacz-Mensik upset in the second round. That's where I'm feeling it again. Although clearly doesn't seem like today my feel for the upsets is gonna work out. And Keen also talking about Jasika's cocaine ban. Yeah, Jasika basically spent like 4 years playing just one match, 2 of them on a cocaine ban. So it's like Dan Evans a little bit.
Actually, talking of Dan Evans, I don't even know where's he at the moment. When's he playing?
He's playing Sonego.
And when is that?
The
next. Oh, it's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Yeah.
It has to be there today or tomorrow, and I think it's tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Alexandrova Siegemund in that third set tiebreak, up to 10 points. I wonder if both of them will remember that.
Who's into a fifth set tiebreak?
Alexandrova and Siegemund.
Oh, sorry, second. Okay, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they will remember that it's a 10-point tiebreak.
Yeah, like Daniel Collins.
Probably going to turn it on for a while now, since it seems like the set is done anyway in Bergs versus Tsitsipas.
4-all as well.
Yeah, it is a mini break now for the Russian, but of course it's still a long way before the set is done. But yeah, the 10-point tiebreak, why not? It could be introduced in every deciding set. It wouldn't be a big deal, really. I don't think it would like impact the meta of playing tennis too much. And definitely would be like a more representative sample of points after a long match. Sometimes the 7-point tiebreak just feels like, I mean, you throw away 2 points early on and it's gone. Or like even 1 point sometimes against a big server.
Back-to-back Grand Slam first round exits in 3 sets is potentially on the cards for Siegemund, as the physio comes on for Zizou Bergs.
Yeah, that was to be expected, I think, right? Yeah. The last 30 minutes or so, he's been very off.
Yeah.
One set, it was okay to let it go, but now that he's 1-2 down, my feel for the upset isn't really there anymore. The spidey sense isn't tingling anymore.
Siegemund has got that mini break back, I see.
Yeah. about to serve at 6-5. So I guess maybe she thinks that she's saving a match point. Is she? We'll see.
Keen asking me how come I'm a fan of Siegemund. I guess it's just primarily because I got to meet her and interview her. I'm not a huge fan. I don't know if that. I think maybe
But
Keen is
she's one of your favorite women's players, right?
She wasn't until I met her last May.
But she is.
And
now.
I just mentioned her as a potential doubles partner because she's good at doubles. And she was the first one that sprang to mind. And I wanted to avoid the usual entrapment regarding that question.
7-5 Alexandrova after Siegemund double faults. And to my absolute shock, both of them knew that the match isn't over yet.
I don't know where Matthew is based. Maybe he's in the US somewhere.
The States, I think, yeah. On Twitter, he has 2 flags, US and Polish, and he does speak Polish. I don't know if he's Polish or not, but I would assume so then, or at least has Polish origin, but I think he probably is based in the States, yeah.
Oh, Laura. Plus, the sun is setting on her singles career, I think, so it's another reason to. And she had a quarterfinal in. She's a bit. I was going to say devilish. I don't know if that's the right word, but she'll play a few tricks, let's say, in as Coco found last year, and it does amuse me a little bit.
No, I think there's a fair point in there somewhere, like that maybe the Australian Open does not have to be in January. Maybe it could be in February, or just in slightly colder weather. And yeah, I think
Is February colder? Is February cooler?
or like March, whatever that is. I don't know Australian weather all that well, but definitely it doesn't need to be in like the peak of Australian summer, right?
Zizou, that was horrible. That was
so
horrible.
I think it could become a thing in the future. Like if global warming is going to be a huge deal, then I think maybe at some point we will have to work our ways around this as well. Yeah.
Ja, Matthew, wollen Sie ein bisschen Deutsch? Denn das war sehr, sehr, sehr scheiße von Zizou Bergs in diesem Moment. Gibt es eine einfache, sehr einfach Vorhand und endlich die Drop Shot? Was ist das auf Deutsch? Ich habe keine Ahnung. But it was a really, really bad. It's such an easy forehand put away, and he still went for the sort of dink. Ghosty, I think we'll have somebody for Swiatek Kenin, who did a one-off commentary during the US Open, and I'm very hopeful that he'll be doing the same again for Swiatek Kenin. He did Madison Keys quarterfinal US Open. Who did she beat? She beat someone, and he did the commentary for that, I know. I don't think it was Madison Keys Sabalenka he did.
Marketa, maybe? No. Was it Vondrousova?
Oh, it could have been. Yeah, it could have been Vondrousova she beat. Yeah.
I'm guessing, sort of, but
yeah, it does feel about like it. She was quarterfinalist at US Open, I think, and yeah, that sounds right.
8-all, almost 3 hours on the clock as well in Alexandrova Siegemund. It was actually the Russian who came up with like a sensational stop volley a couple of points ago. You usually expect that sort of shot,
I think
of course,
auf Deutsch is stop shot. Yeah, I think it's called a stop shot.
Stop shot?
Yeah, I think that's what they say in German for a drop shot.
Mm-hmm. So 100% Polish, based in the tri-state area. Now we know more about Matthew as well. What do you think about tennis in like 4 or 5 degrees? That's probably not good enough. No, like you're probably not going to do it. Well, Polish and German are not similar. No, German is of the German language family, and Polish is Slavic, so they're not too similar. No.
More phone calls happening here as well on Wadlava, which suggests to me that there might be a medical timeout at the end of this set, and it could be coming very soon as Bergs puts a wild forehand into the tram line. He's just a ghost at the moment.
I was confused for a while when Matthew said of the US, the tri-state area of the US, because it was pretty clear that, I mean, tri-state area, where would it be? But I guess actually I'm sort of living in a tri-state area, the tri-city in Poland, if you may. So that's probably why he felt like he needed to specify. Although
We have a match
when I
point.
hear tri-state area, I definitely was thinking about
Match point for
New York already, and like
for someone I'm not keen on at
around that.
all.
Yeah, but it's not a match point anymore.
Ah, okay.
It is 9-0, so
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
she had a big reaction after she won that 9-8 point, but didn't
Who had it?
really have much to do on the
to make
next
it
day.
9-0. Had a big reaction.
No, I mean Siegemund when she won the
went
9-0
9-8.
point, but
Yeah.
yeah, there wasn't much to be done on the next shot, honestly. So
Did that one get put wide as well, or was that a winner? Tsitsipas is challenging, so that suggests that 30 all.
leaving like this is so funny because I now hear my neighbors leaving their house, and yeah,
go to
it's
work
funny
or
because they
whatever.
are leaving for work. Yeah,
Yeah,
6
yeah,
a.m. right?
yeah.
And I woke up at 1 a.m. and I'm a bum who's just sitting here and watching tennis. But well, I guess that actually is better for me, because I probably work a lot less than they do, and it's likely that we earn like the same money. So, well, not for this, of course, but for for this, they probably earn more.
Yeah,
like,
for sure,
now. But well, just in general. So it's probably more of a reflection of their poor quality of life. So I can just say, well, I don't know where they work, but well, anyway, that was a digression. But yeah, it's just funny.
Tsitsipas has won the set, has he? Yes, he has. Another drop shot that didn't work from Bergs. And Siegemund and Alexandrova on the screen are still 9-all, but I can't believe they still are 9-all because it's been a while.
No, it is 10-9. Laura Siegemund serving for, well, has a match point on serve. Let's call it like that.
Okay. Hi, Matthew de Souza. Your ears should have been burning, Matthew, because we were talking about you earlier.
And that's, well, almost an ace. And now she's like jumping around the court, fist pumping like crazy, screaming around. And yeah, she's done it. 90-minute third set.
The inner louder sound.
Not the warmest of handshakes. Not the warmest
of really?
handshakes. Yeah,
okay.
It was very brief. Let's say like this.
I mean, louder does annoy
Siegemund was hoping for something more, but yeah.
Yeah, she annoys. She annoys in a sort of classic German way. In a way that, yeah.
Tennis could be played, keen in 5 degrees, but do we really want to do it? Like, for the fans, it wouldn't be great. For the players, it wouldn't be great. So I think it's just probably we should avoid it. But theoretically, yes, of course. I mean, I've probably played in 5 degrees before, honestly. But
yeah,
I don't think we should be doing it on tour.
Play.
Yeah.
And a third Matthew Ghosty, because the guy who I was talking to you about before, who will hopefully be doing Swiatek Kenin, is also called Matthew. So it could be one big bowl of Matthews tomorrow night. Podolski is Polish, yeah. Podolski, of course, having a kebab shop in Bonn that I've yet to visit.
I only know it from your WhatsApp description or whatever it is.
I think I don't know if it's on my personal Twitter feed. It certainly used to be. I might not have it.
Oh, it could be. It could be in both. Yeah. Maybe it's on Twitter as well. Yeah.
Oh.
I think that sounds right. Stan streaming you unforced errors, says Matthew de Souza in the 4th set. And in the, well, it looks likely that they will go to the decider. the two veterans battling against each other. It looks likely that Duckworth and Van Asch will also go to a decider, and it looks pretty unlikely that Shapovalov and Menchik will go to a decider, as the youngster is still up. 2 sets,
2
to
sets
love.
to love. And anything else? Just 2 sets to love?
No, nothing yet in the third. But he has saved 8 out of 8 breakpoints in this match, which of course is a bit of a big deal, and
So
also a
Shapo's
part
had
of
8
why he's
break
leading.
points.
Yes, 3 of them just a second ago. So it definitely could have been slightly closer so far. It's not like Shapo has been getting blown off the court completely.
Who's higher ranked between Mensik and Shapo?
Right now, still Shapo.
Okay.
Shapovalov is like, what, 109? Something like that? Or, so, yeah, around that probably. And Menchik would be 150-ish, I would guess.
So Wawrinka looks like he's going to a 5th set. That's the problem for Wawrinka and Murray. They sort of they're obviously still very, very good tennis players, but they're gonna go 5 sets because they're coming up against equally matched players, you know. Arguably now some of those de Minaur losses for Murray look better than they did at the time. I mean, the fact that he could push de Minaur so much, bearing in mind de Minaur, I think, has just broken to the top 10. Am I right with that?
Yeah, after the United Cup, yes.
Yeah. Any reasons for concern for Djokovic after that performance last night?
Maybe, but even if that actually is the case, we won't really get to see it in effect until the semis, I think. Maybe the 4th round with Shelton if Ben has like a ridiculous day at the office. But yeah, it's very likely that he's going to win his next few matches more comfortably than this.
Nicholas asking there in the chat about Tsitsipas. Well, we haven't really been talking about it for a while for a couple of reasons. One, because Stefanos has won 12 out of 14 games, meaning he's got a 2 sets to 1 lead. 2, because Zizou Bergs is basically not barely moving at times and has called the trainer a couple of times. And so it's just been a landslide in the last couple of sets. And there's been some rather dramatic affairs going on elsewhere. But I'm still watching Tsitsipas Bergs.
No, yeah, I returned to the stream now as well. Yeah, and actually Zizou has a decent opportunity now. Second serve at 30 all.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not over yet. I mean,
I just don't know if he can sustain it enough for 1 set. Never mind 2.
Yeah, definitely. Like just the last 2 sets ran away from him quickly. I guess at least he wasn't losing that much energy on them. That's like the only benefit of this, right? Because if he was going on for like 2 hours in the previous 2 sets, then maybe his chances would have been even slimmer if he lost them both anyway.
Oh, Nicholas, by the way, if you are new to the channel, do hit the subscribe button. And if you do that, you'll see the little number in that left-hand corner tick over, and you can be very proud that that'll be your influence. On top of that, if you are, as I suspect, a Tsitsipas fan, you'll be pleased to know he has a game point at 40-30 to take a 1-love lead in the 4th set. Of course, if you already have subscribed, anyone else here in the chat, you can have a lot of fun because you can unsubscribe and also see the number go down. we could have a collapse. Basically, we could have all the 25 people that are watching right now, if they've all subscribed, they could all unsubscribe, and that number would just deflate like a balloon.
Yeah, I still find that opinion pretty weird, Keen, that you don't think that Shapovalov will be like top 30 if he plays a full healthy season. I mean, he is like still one of the most ridiculously talented players on the tour. Maybe he will struggle for consistency because, of course, his play style doesn't really have it. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I think his peaks will still be high enough if he just has a healthy year. I think that the biggest...
If he has a healthy year, he's going to be top 50 again. He'll win some matches, which is what you need for top definitely. But
I think so as well. I'm not saying top 10. I don't think I said it in the previous conversation.
I wonder
But
what his
yeah,
career
just
high is.
top 30-ish.
Career
Shapovalov's
high 12,
10 or
maybe?
9. I think it is
Oh, he's got
10.
into the top 10. Okay.
Yes, he actually allowed Vitko Pšiva to have a top 10 win in Gstaad in 2021. This is also the only top 50 win I think that Kopšiva has ever gotten. Actually, a win over top 10 Shapovalov. And I think Carballes Baena also beat top 10 Shapovalov at the French Open. So basically, he got there for like a while and was feeding everyone top 10 wins. But yeah, he was at number 10.
When your forehand is as good as Bergs and you've got that ability to just put it away like he did on that previous serve, +1, I don't know why he's doing so many of these drop shots, because I'm now thinking it's way under 50% that he's won.
Yeah, some cases he was definitely just trying to like bail out of the rally when he wasn't feeling too well physically. But yeah, at least he has that ability to serve well and then crack the forehand. So there is some hope that even if he's like
but he's
kind of subpar physically,
I don't know this for a fact. I'm just watching it in real time. But his
I can check that in the
his service speed seemed down. 1 something for the last one, 139, and that's kilometers an hour. That was obviously a second serve. That first serve looked pretty good, mind you.
Yeah, the serving in this game was really good actually. So
okay.
part of why I said that
139 there for a second serve, I thought I saw.
I'll check what his averages are, and we can analyze that when I find the Australian Open website.
Those last 2 serves were very good, but felt more spotty, especially the second one, which was 194. In the first set, when he was hitting quite a few bombs, they were well over 200.
Yeah, but I think like 194 could be pretty much around the average first serve for Zizou. Yeah. Just feeling I haven't gotten to the stats yet. I will be there in a second, but I feel like that's pretty much the average for Zizou. Of course, it depends on where the serve goes as well, and the amount of spin you put on it and the type of spin. Okay.
He's not up for rallying at the moment. He's not keen on rallying.
But maybe he can actually get there in a way. But yeah, set 1 actually, he was serving pretty pacey, like 205 first serve average, second serve average 173 as well. In the first set, whereas in the second set, his average went down on the first serve by 13 kilometers an hour. On the second serve, pretty much didn't go down, like just 3 kilometers. So that that could be just sample size. And the second set, the third set, it went down a little bit more on the first serve. So basically 19 kilometers an hour difference between the first set and third set. But the second serve average didn't go down. So the second serve has been the same and actually pretty fast, like around 170 average. So that 139, I guess, was a bit of an exception with just more kick on it than usual. But the first set serve speed average has actually dropped considerably since the opening set, which I think in the opening set it was also probably faster than what he usually goes for. But then again, it kind of shows you that he hasn't been able to bring that same sort of intensity. And well,
serve is something where you need it is a physical. I'm just saying this for maybe 1 or 2 people that don't realize it, but for me, when I'm fatigued, the serve is the first part of the game that goes for me. Maybe not for everyone. Maybe if you're John Isner, you can still just do your thing. But
we're also not I'm assuming, I haven't seen you serve, but like when you're not the sharpest technically, just like me or you, like probably you have to put more into your serve even.
Maybe, I can't just serve naturally.
You're just using that strength of the arm a lot instead of maybe relying on the perfect technique that these guys have. So it could be a difference maker as well. But I remember playing this like one event where I played like 6 times in a day, I think. And during the 6th match, I was just talking to my opponent. He's like, I'm so tired. Well, before the match, I was talking to him and he's like, I'm so tired. And I said, I don't really feel tired, honestly. I feel okay. But then we start playing and I started serving, and I was just like, yeah, I mean, I just feel that I have like 10 or 15 kilometers less on my first serve. Like that was the first sort of thing that disappeared. Of course, in my case, that actually made it like probably already go under 100 or something like that. But yeah, for me it also is a bigger, I guess, percentage than for a top player. But yeah, it makes a big deal. I think Isner, for someone like Isner or Karlovic, they were always going to serve pretty well. They would still feel maybe some sort of a drop off, but maybe in their cases it's also more about the angle that they're going to produce because they're so tall, and when they take like 5-10 kilometers off their first serve, it actually doesn't matter all that much.
It's funny. Yeah. And so Mannarino is, I'm guessing I'm about to watch him seal the fourth set. Yeah, with an ace, I think. So fifth set, Stan is here to play once again. Murray against, is it Cerundolo? Is he playing? Oh, Echeverri.
Echeverri. Keen was asking about Kopriva, and did we think he was going to get the job done, or expecting the Korda comeback? I wasn't watching it all that much. I then caught up with a lot of it. So at the time we were just seeing the score, so we didn't really have any theories. Let's say, yeah, it might take a while, but it did work apparently. I don't think there's a big stereotype in Poland now that people associate tennis as a sport for the upper class.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think right now there's a huge tennis boom, of course. But even when I remember just playing tennis, like let's say 5-6 years ago, I don't think it was really associated with the upper class. I think back then courts used to be pretty cheap still, and maybe even right now you could say that the prices have gone up so much with the gas and the electricity as well going up. But yeah, I wouldn't say it actually is, no.
Yeah, if Zizou could just focus on the serve and hold 4 or 5 times, he might have a chance. But so there comes the drop shot again. He should win the point from here, and doesn't.
Sof says, why so many Australian versus Australian matchups? Yeah, but isn't that the only one? Oh, Vukic Thompson as well, right? Yeah, Vukic Thompson, I guess, yeah. I mean, 2 matchups, I guess, and you have like what, maybe 10-ish players, 10 and something players in the draw. Yeah, I guess it's probably more than you would expect usually then.
Soth, please do hit the subscribe button. And anyone else who is tuning in. Yes, indeed, it was a great win, Gene, for friend of the show, Laura Siegemund over Alexandrova. Not that I saw a single shot from the match. Ooh, a backhand shank. Fill out your bingo cards. Tick that one off from Stefanos Tsitsipas on day 2 of the Australian Open. I'm sure it's not the first one either. I'm sure there were others earlier on the match. If I said to you, backhand shank, for me, Stefanos Tsitsipas is the first person I think of.
Kind of has to be right now. I mean, we usually sort of just associate them with one-handers. Probably in the past it would have been Roger, but right now, yeah, it's gotta be Tsitsipas.
Funny enough, there's a few forehand mishits I think of with Rafa as well, and that you get that funny noise off the racket. Oh, that's a loose forehand there from Zizou. Oh, I just think this is just going to get worse now.
There was some sort of they exchanged some words at the net. I want to see it again.
Who, Zizou and Steph?
Oh yeah, I guess Steph, because he didn't get to a Zizou drop shot, and then he just sort of slapped the ball onto the other side of the court, and I guess Zizou didn't like it because it was pretty close to his head. Like honestly, it wasn't that close, but I guess that was the interaction.
I'm watching it now. Yeah, it was nothing. I mean, Stefanos was chasing it down. You're still probably going to get your racket on out of instinct. It didn't come that close to his head.
It didn't come that close. I also don't think it was enough for that reaction. But, well, anyway.
Anyway, I think it's all okay. Oh, lovely forehand, Steph. Break point. Gene, who is your second favorite player on the men's tour? I mean, I'm curious to know. I'm wondering if it might be Medvedev.
Who's the first?
He's a Novak fan.
Novak. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. There's a lot of Rublev fans in the chat. That's why I said Rublev. But yeah, he is a Novak fan. You're right.
I've shared a few Twitter spaces with Gene over the last 2 or 3 years, actually. Oh, good defense there from Steph. And it's enough to help him break serve. I mean, that was a good break, to be fair. I mean, I think Zizou may have regretted.
It wasn't one of these breaks like in the second and third set where Zizou is just not playing, literally. Like here he was just normal. Like this could have been a first set game, and then we wouldn't be blinking it. Yeah.
Second favorite, Sinner. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Is it a new thing then for you? Like, is it after the recent matches with Novak? Because I think actually a lot of Novak fans have become a bit more appreciative of Sinner, right? After that.
Yeah, but if a guy beats your man, normally you don't like them, right?
I know that it could go both ways, yeah. But at the same time, if a guy beats your man, then you're like, he must be really good, and you like try to hype him up, in order to make your guy look better. No, of course, it could go both ways, I think. But I've seen a lot of praise towards Sinner from guys like Paviji and the likes.
Oh, okay.
Whereas for Alcaraz, they usually just go the other way around, right? Maybe not Paviji. I mean, I'm just sort of throwing around a random name from the Novak fandom. I don't remember who that was, but I've definitely seen a lot of praise for Sinner coming from Novak fans compared to what they usually say about Alcaraz. Near miss on the return from Bergs, and that kind of seals the game as well. Well, not yet, but seems like that was the last call in this game. So Steph will probably go 4-1 up.
Well, 4-1. I mean 3-1 felt dumb, but 3-1 felt dumb the way the last hour and a half has been.
I can't really say that, Bergs has played it poorly. Like he did have a physical crisis he never really recovered from. But, well, to Stefanos' credit, he's also like just efficient the last couple of sets. Yeah. He's not really looking at what's happening over on the other side of the net, but just playing his stuff. And now that there's not that much pressure coming at his backhand corner, he's certainly looking much better. Anytime he's been stretched to the forehand, he's had some sensational footwork there as well, and getting back into position quickly. He's hitting +1 forehands like this, like routinely recently. So yeah, it's not a given that if Zizou was able to keep going at the same intensity, he would have won.
Still an incredible return of serve there from Zizou to get to 40-30. But Stefanos, 4-1. Yeah, Mensik and Chapeau are 15 all at 4 all, so that's super, super tight in that set. Of course, it's 2-love all overall. And Manarino is broken. I don't know, Yeah, it does feel. I haven't seen much of the match, but a 5-set stand loss feels for me. I don't know, Ghosty. I have no idea about these political shenanigans. Mm-hmm. So, Sean, you think Sean maybe thinks that Sinner is a bigger threat to Djokovic long term than Alcaraz? Is that me understanding that correctly, Sean? I think Alcaraz will be again. It's only 5 months since he was the one that was to avoid at the US Open for Novak, and when he lost to Medvedev, for me and many people, not everyone, it was like, well, that's good news for Novak. It's only the post US Open period that's been like a little slump for Carlos. But that was the indoor season. There was still some good moments. I think the win over Medvedev and Rublev, the wins over Medvedev and Rublev in Turin to get to the semi-finals provided some glimmers of hope. And it's interesting. Why isn't Juan Carlos Ferrero in Australia? Do we know?
He has like some surgery or whatever.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, something that basically didn't allow him to go there.
Okay.
But yeah, Gene, I'm now reading that he's a Sinner fan since 2019.
Yeah,
so. Yeah. And also, Keen, you asked that question a while ago as well about Manarino being the most unique player in the top 100. And I do think that the answer is clearly yes. I think it was during the stream with Andre that you asked about that. What did I do with Andre? Świątek something or Świątek Kinwężek? No, I don't remember. But anyway, it was that stream, and we started talking about the string tension of Manarino and etc. And like just literally him being definitely the weirdest player to face, I think, in the top 100, and probably far below it as well. Like on the women's side, you would go Suecia probably to find a similar player, like someone who literally just hits the ball in a way that no one else would be able to replicate.
Yeah, I would suggest that
overplaying the drop shot again, Mr. Zizou Bergs. Yeah.
If you said to me that Novak retires at the age of 40, just for example, and he plays Sinner 15 times and he plays Alcaraz 15 times, which might be maybe a bit too many, maybe 10. But one of them, anyway, what I'm saying is if you say one of them is going to have a positive head-to-head, I would go with Alcaraz. Yeah, the drop shot, I'm just watching it now. Actually, what is Sinner's? And I bet it's like 5-2, is it maybe? Do they count Davis Cup in head-to-heads?
Yes. Only World Group 2 and above. But of course, that wouldn't, be a thing with Djokovic, Sinner. Group 3, World Group 3 and like the regional zones, they don't count it. But World Group 2 and above, yes.
4-2 for Novak.
Yeah, it was like 2 Wimbledon matches, also something else, right? Maybe like a clay match at first, and then of course the trilogy of last year.
Yeah, all in a few weeks, right?
Yep, in like 11 days, I think, even.
Oh, even, yeah.
I don't remember if 11 is the exact number, but it was something like that.
Yeah.
Djokovic Sinner being, of course, the second match of the group stage at the ATP Finals. So I think happening on Tuesday. And then Sunday, the ATP Finals final, and then the Davis Cup was a semi, I think. So that would be like Saturday or Friday. I can't remember when it finished. Saturday then, and that means we have 11 days, 12 days, I guess. Yeah. Which would be very hard to find a rivalry like this, where they meet 3 times in 12 days.
3-2 Djokovic. I feel like Djokovic Alcaraz is 3-2 in Djokovic's favor.
Yeah, after the ATP Finals, it is 3-2, I think. Yeah, Carlos winning Wimbledon and Madrid, Novak winning Roland Garros, Cincinnati. And the ATP Finals.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Madrid was their first match.
Yeah.
Tsitsipas serving for the match, by the way. Love 15 down. Manarino's up a double break now on Stan. Van Asch is up a break in the 5th set over Duckworth. Vukic and Thompson just getting underway, and Shapo and Mensik are 5-all in what has been 3 tight sets, but each of the previous 2 going the way of the Czech. Loose forehand there from Steph, 15-30.
Yeah, maybe like a one last hooray from Bergs, but by this point, of course, the match feels pretty much done.
Yeah. Ah, 2 break points. Here we go. Come back. I'm going to be up again in a few hours for Garcia, Osaka. But I do plan on sleeping in between.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't, but we will see. I just hope to go to bed after the action today, but yeah, who knows how it's gonna go. So many matches still left. It looks like Manarino will now.
So I just love that lob. I love,
the lob. Yeah, yeah. I at first I was confused, but then I remembered what the last point was. But yeah, Manarino looks like he's just gonna clean up against Wawrinka. And Mensik, by the way, just gonna serve for the set against Shapovalov. So
okay.
Still, no breaks for Dennis. Although since we last talked about it, he actually didn't even have any chances. So.
I kind of knew that these 2 players played a lot of matches, and my guess, it would be purely off the top of my head, but Graf would have had the better head-to-head, just because Graf was at a better moment in her career when they would have played, I guess. But I could be wrong, Matthew, and I'm sure Google will answer the question.
What were you talking about?
Matthew just saying he didn't realize Martina and Graf played so well, so often. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not too good on these matchups either.
But I'm aware that they played quite a few times. But my feeling, and feelings can often be wrong, and so Google will tell us one way or another, is that they were playing each other when Graf was in her pomp and Martina was certainly on the wane. Late 80s.
Keen about to watch some Tomic Santillan. Yeah, that's pretty insane as well. But that's a match that has his name written all over it, for sure. I might catch it a bit as well after this one, I suppose. Montaburi, the 2 crazy Aussies.
Did Agassi beat Federer?
Yeah, 8-3, I think Federer it is.
Okay.
Don't think he beat him like after 2003 though. I might be wrong on that, but of course it was pretty much early in their careers that. I think even when one of the years where Federer won the ATP finals, or perhaps for the first time, Houston, maybe Agassi won in the groups or something like that.
Okay.
Or no, actually, no, maybe no. It was Federer winning in the groups, I guess, and then he didn't play. But no, but basically Agassi won like 3 times, but I think after 2003 there was no win for him.
Oh yeah, that's true,
anymore.
Matthew. Yeah, Croatia doesn't have any sandy beaches. Yeah, it's all pebbles. That's a horrible backhand return there from Stefanos. For those of you tuning in, do hit the like button. And if you are new to the channel, click subscribe. If you're not new to the channel and you haven't yet subscribed, then you can still subscribe as well. And that's cool. That's a horrible shot there from Stefanos as well. 40 love. Bergs here hanging on. Oh, Mensic's done it. Did you say Mencic had done it, or did you just say he was serving for it? Yeah, he's done it.
I said he was serving for it. Yeah, it was a very quick hold.
Yeah. And it looks like Manarino's going to bagel Wawrinka in the 5th. And Bergs is held to love, so his Tsitsipas is going to have another time to serve for it. It's a hell of a high toss there from Zizou. That +1 put away is so good. I don't mind him drop shotting from time to time, but he's just losing more often than not those points. Anyway, 5-3, Stefanos to serve. Break serve here, and things might get a little interesting. They're just 2 or 3 live matches right now. Yeah, Duckworth, Van Ash, Fukic, Thompson on the men's side anyway. I guess there must be some women's matches getting underway. I guess maybe even Donna Vekic, has she started her match with Pavlyuchenkova?
They've been going on for a while.
Oh, okay. Just trying to find it. Oh, Rosario and Tatiana Maria in 3rd set.
Yes, Matthew, Zhang, and Korea will be getting onto the court, without any huge delay. There isn't a not before.
Oh, and Pavlyuchenkova won the 1st set. Okay. Sits past 30 love up here. 2 points away from victory. Second serve, is that? No, first serve. But a break point for Vekic. Ooh. Since going up sort of 4-1, 5-1, Tsitsipas has been playing pretty badly, I would say, but probably got enough in the bag to get over the line.
Yeah, I mean, he started being a bit wobbly at 5-1, but at that stage, of course, it didn't really matter. So, when it did, he did keep his cool and was putting in a pretty professional performance. But
Mauricio saying court, please. I don't know what that means, but
yeah, me neither. This is on Rod Laver Arena, if that's what you mean, but I don't know.
Mauricio, do hit subscribe, even if we didn't quite understand the question. 2 match points now for Stefanos. Well, he's got it done. Unreturnable. To his relief, Stefanos sails on through to the second round. It's a pity. It had the makings of a classic.
Yeah, it had one set that had the making, but then, of course, some of that being physically. I mean, we have no idea what would have happened, right? But yeah, clearly the heat in Australia is not working too well for Zizou, even though it's cooler right now than in the qualifying. So
yeah, I thought I still wasn't convinced of a Zizou win, but I was thinking this could be one of these sort of matches that people will tune into in the fifth set because they see that it's like 4 in the fifth and things are tight. And anyway, Stefanos celebrating at the end there, partly because I think he might have thought the same at 1 set to love down, that he was probably thinking this could be a very, very long day.
a bagel.
For Manarino?
A bagel for Manarino, yeah.
Yeah.
Molchan would have won, says Ghosty. Maybe. Tsitsipas Molchan. I mean, I guess a left-hander against a one-hander, but nah, I don't really think so. Yeah, pretty decent, I think, for Steph. I mean, it's important to just get the first round in, right? And then just keep his run going since he's defending so many points. Who is he playing next? We were talking Vukic Thompson. I guess he did look healthy, so that's also a big positive for him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's nothing we can really criticize him for in sets 2, 3, and 4. I mean, he did what he had to do, literally.
Yeah. Zizou will be back, and hopefully we'll see some nice slam runs from him this year.
Yeah, maybe in Europe, maybe with more with weather that he's more equipped
maybe
to
Wimbledon,
handle. Apparently,
maybe
again, yeah. Especially if he can get to the top 100 by Wimbledon, which is looking pretty doable, and not have to play the qualifying, that would be huge. And there are still some positives to take away from this, I think, for him. Like, he played a very good set against Tsitsipas, a big match. Of course, physically, it's probably going to be hard to overcome, like, a bit of disappointment for now, because he probably felt like he was there with the level. But yeah, I think there's still a bit of positives for sure to have to take from this. Doesn't have too much to show for it, but
after the first set, so I'm glad things turned around. I'm glad I showed that fighting spirit that I usually put out on court, so it felt great.
Do you think Stan is inching towards the abyss, as Ghosty suggests there?
Yeah, I think last year he still had some very good moments, but especially recently, I have been feeling that this might be the beginning of an end. Slams recently have not been too good for him either. Like, usually he just sort of falls into one of these 5-setters in the opening round, and then either has no energy left for the second, or basically just loses right away. Of course, here he was also given a pretty tough draw. Manarino is like literally in the form of his life at the age of 35, so I think this was also a pretty harsh opponent in his first round. But yeah.
Pavlyuchenkova was down a break, but she got it back on serve. But yeah, I think we can bring this to a close, Damien. And
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. I think if Stan and Manarino were like 5-5, we would probably stay on for another few minutes. But Stan has unfortunately lost that fifth set 6-love. Yeah, I sort of feel like that. I feel with both him and Andy, it was like I thought 2023 there might be a glimmer of something. Not that was going to be the return and they were going to start winning tournaments and stuff, but I thought there might be one more moment for them in 2023. And maybe Stan's came. He got to a final in a 250, didn't he? On clay, post French Open clay. I feel he got to did he get to a 250 final? Maybe in Italy or Croatia or somewhere. Okay, Umag, yeah. And so I thought, and then with Andy, I thought there could be a sort of heroic Davis Cup in him, sort of inspired victory or a second week at Wimbledon. But I just felt that I just felt that 2023 was their year if it was going to happen. But then, of course, Mannarino is defying the time clock, and yeah, good for him. I'm pleased for the boy because he's quite a nice guy. All right. Anyway, let's bring this to a close. Hopefully,
By the way,
you
just to
enjoy-
respond to what Matthew just was asking,
sure.
and about that Fred Meyer guy, I think I saw your interaction with him. Like, to me, from the account, it seems pretty clear that this is a joke in his Twitter handle, or like Twitter bio, because that guy says that he's the official journalist for the ATP Tour, and then he says that he's a huge fan of Nadal, Federer, and Alcaraz. Novak is the eternal number 3, and also in his location, he says rent-free in Novak fans' minds. Like, to me, it was honestly pretty obvious that this guy is not for real.
Yeah. No, and I've seen him. I think it's the same person, but I could be wrong. But I think
you are following him apparently. So
yeah,
it
I'm
makes
seeing it
sense,
now.
yeah.
Yeah. I've seen him tweeting before. He likes to provoke. Let's say that, but I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he is actually a journalist for the ATP. No, I don't know. For me, at least looking at his profile, it seemed obvious that it must be a joke.
Although it is kind of funny. Because I don't know. I mean, actually, I have to say, I think from the previous tweets from him, I haven't found them that funny. But that is kind of funny because it's a troll, isn't it? It's
Yeah, I saw that Matthew and also some other people commented on one of his tweets saying like, how can an ATP Tour journalist say something like that? But yeah, I think if he was an ATP Tour journalist, really, he would have been let go a long while ago. So
yeah, but I don't think I am following him. But by looking at this, it says
maybe on
unless
which
it's my
account are you? Because yeah, I think
maybe I'm on my personal.
I think you are in your personal account.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
That's why. Yep.
Yeah. So probably from Talking Tennis, I do. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And that's probably why I see his tweets as well.
Exactly.
Anyway, right.
Oh, we've seen some messages on Twitter.
Yeah,
people are now gonna go back in the history of the street, in the stream, rewind a bit.
Miles David were chatting. Yeah. I think it's just me sending him a link. And okay, Caroline Garcia here tweeting just not long before she kicks off her Australian Open. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, you all got to see a few little glimpses there. Ghosty, I thought you said you were going. He's still here anyway. Stan giving us some.
Ghosty does it all the time, right? I mean, he says he's going, and then like 20.
Well, so do we. So do we.
Yeah,
I mean,
we do it as well. Yeah, we always say goodbye 10 times. That's true.
Yeah. Right, on that bombshell, everyone else, you know the drill. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.